The air was thick with the scent of ancient dust and the promise of untold secrets. The sun had barely risen over the barren desert, casting a muted golden hue over the endless sea of sand. A small, weathered jeep bounced along the uneven terrain, its tires kicking up clouds of fine sand as it moved toward the forgotten edges of the world. Inside, a group of adventurers sat in near silence, each lost in their thoughts, their minds already wandering to the mysteries they sought to uncover. At the helm of the jeep was Dr. Eliza Drake, an archaeologist whose obsession with ancient Egypt had led her to this moment, her heart racing with anticipation. Beside her sat the quiet and pragmatic historian Samuel Hayes, who had been her mentor for years. His knowledge of ancient texts was unparalleled, though his recent health issues had made him more frail than he liked to admit. Behind them, two younger researchers, Kate Morgan and Alex Patel, were eagerly flipping through their maps and notes, excited yet wary of what lay ahead. "We're close," Eliza muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "Closer than anyone's ever been. This is it, the lost pyramid of Ahmose III." Samuel glanced at her, his brow furrowed. "Are you sure? There have been so many false leads, so many ruins that turned out to be nothing more than tombs of lesser pharaohs. What makes this one different?" Eliza's fingers tightened on the steering wheel as the jeep hit another rough patch of sand. "This isn't just another tomb. This pyramid was rumored to be a burial site unlike any other. Legend says Ahmose III made a pact with a dark power to secure his immortality, and that's why it disappeared from history. The curse, it was too dangerous to be uncovered." Kate, with her bright eyes and boundless enthusiasm, leaned forward from the back seat. "But why now? Why hasn't anyone found it until today?" "So," Eliza paused, her mind racing, "the answers we seek have been hidden for centuries. But the maps we found in the Cairo archives, they match the old scrolls. And if our calculations are correct, this is the final resting place of the most powerful and most cursed pharaoh of all." They drove on in silence for a while, the hum of the engine the only sound. The harsh desert landscape stretched out before them, offering no sign of civilization for miles. But Eliza could feel the presence of the pyramid growing closer, as if the very air was thickening with ancient power. Suddenly, the sand began to shift in a peculiar way. It was as though the land itself was hiding something beneath its surface. Alex, who had been staring out at the horizon, leaned forward and squinted. "Wait, there, do you see that?" Eliza followed his gaze. At first it seemed like an optical illusion, a mirage that wavered in the distance. But as they drew nearer, the outlines of something far older than any of them had imagined began to take shape. It was a structure, half buried by the sands, its jagged edges rising above the dunes like the jagged teeth of some forgotten beast. "There it is," Samuel murmured, a mix of awe and dread in his voice. "The lost pyramid." The jeep came to a screeching halt as they arrived at the foot of the pyramid. Its towering black stone walls loomed above them, ancient and foreboding, as though it had been waiting for centuries for them to find it. The entrance was barely visible, hidden by the shifting sands, but there it was, an archway that beckoned them inside. Eliza's breath caught in her throat. The pyramid was both magnificent and terrifying. Its design was unlike any she had ever seen. There were symbols etched into the stone that she couldn't quite place, intricate patterns that seemed to move and change as she looked at them. It was as if the pyramid itself was alive, pulsing with energy. "This is it," Eliza said, her voice trembling with excitement. "The tomb of Ahmose III, the lost pyramid." The team gathered their equipment and made their way toward the entrance, the weight of history bearing down on them. As they stepped inside, the air grew colder, a stark contrast to the desert heat outside. The darkness was almost palpable, and the only sound was the crunch of their boots on the ancient stone floor. "Stay close," Samuel warned, his voice low. "There's no telling what traps or curses may have been set in place to protect this place." Eliza nodded, her mind racing with the possibilities. "We're not just here to discover a tomb. We're here to uncover the secrets of the curse. If Ahmose III really made a pact with the forces of darkness, we need to understand what happened." As they ventured deeper into the pyramid, the walls began to narrow and the air became heavier, as though they were descending into the very heart of the earth. Strange markings began to appear on the walls, symbols that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light of their torches. "Look at this," Kate whispered, pointing to a series of hieroglyphs etched into the stone. "This isn't just a tomb. This is something else. A warning?" Eliza stepped closer, her eyes scanning the symbols. "It's more than a warning. It's a record of a king's fall from grace. Ahmose III was once revered as a great ruler, but he sought immortality at any cost. These symbols, they speak of his descent into madness." They pressed on, the narrow passageways twisting and turning as they ventured deeper into the pyramid. Each step seemed to take them further from the world they knew and closer to something far darker. Finally, they reached the heart of the pyramid, an immense chamber, its stone walls adorned with murals depicting the life of Ahmose III, his rise to power, his victories in battle, and finally the eerie image of his pact with the dark gods, promising him eternal life. But there was something unsettling about the way he was depicted in these final scenes, his face twisted in anguish, his eyes hollow, as though the price of immortality had already begun to take its toll. "The curse is real," Eliza whispered, her voice trembling. "This isn't just a tomb. It's a prison for a soul that cannot escape." Before them stood an altar, ancient and worn, its surface cracked and stained with the passage of time. It was here, Eliza realized, that the pharaoh had sealed his fate. The secrets of his immortality were bound to this place, and the curse that had protected it for so long was now beginning to awaken. The silence in the chamber was deafening, as though the pyramid itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. Or someone. Without warning, the ground beneath their feet trembled, and the walls seemed to groan in protest. A cold wind blew through the chamber, extinguishing their torches and plunging them into darkness. The whispers of the past filled the air, a low, eerie sound that seemed to come from every direction. "Get out," Samuel said urgently. "We need to leave, now!" But as they turned to flee, the entrance they had come through was no longer there. The pyramid had shifted, sealing them inside. And in the darkness, a voice whispered, almost imperceptibly, "You are too late." Thick with dread, the moment the entrance sealed behind them, the light of their torches seemed feeble against the growing shadow. Eliza's heart pounded in her chest, the silence of the pyramid pressing in on her from all sides. Something ancient and malevolent stirred beneath the stone, and she could feel it, a presence, watching, waiting. "Samuel, we need to find another way out," Eliza said, her voice sharp with urgency. But Samuel's face was pale, his hands trembling as he fumbled with his flashlight. "It's not just the exit that's been blocked. Something is wrong. Something inside the pyramid is awakening." Alex was already scanning the walls with his torch, his eyes narrowing as he traced the patterns etched into the stone. "The markings, they're changing." Indeed, the symbols that had once seemed static were now shifting, twisting into new forms, as though the pyramid itself was reacting to their presence. Eliza took a step forward, reaching out to touch the stone, but as her fingers brushed against it, A low rumble echoed through the chamber. "Don't," Samuel warned. "This place isn't just a tomb, it's a prison for Amos the Third and for whatever dark force he bargained with. Whatever you're feeling, don't touch anything." Kate, who had been quiet up until now, stepped forward, her face pale with fear. "I don't like this. The deeper we go, the more I feel like we're being watched." Eliza turned to her, trying to mask her own growing unease. "We have to press on. The only way out is through." They continued their journey into the heart of the pyramid, the narrow corridors twisting in impossible angles. Every corner seemed to lead them deeper into the darkness, and every step seemed to increase the weight on their shoulders. The oppressive silence was maddening, broken only by the soft scrape of their boots against the stone floor. As they moved through the maze of passages, they stumbled upon another room, larger than the last. It was a burial chamber, but unlike any they had seen before. The walls were lined with grotesque reliefs, depictions of the pharaoh Amos II in his prime, his regal bearing exaggerated, his eyes gleaming with unnatural hunger. The murals depicted the pharaoh's conquest of vast lands, his power over the elements, and his growing obsession with immortality. But it was the final mural that drew their attention. Amos III, kneeling before an immense shadowy figure, its form neither human nor divine. The figure was crowned, its face hidden in darkness, and it seemed to loom over the pharaoh, its hands raised in blessing. Or was it in condemnation? This is wrong," Kate murmured, stepping closer to the mural. "Who is that? What is that thing?" "It's him," Samuel said in a low voice. "The dark power Amos III sought to control. The curse." Eliza studied the mural carefully. There was something about the figure that felt familiar. Not in a comforting way, but in a deep, unsettling manner, as if it was not merely a painting, but a warning, a curse frozen in time. "Could this be the source of the curse?" Alex asked. "This figure, whoever it is, has to be the key." Eliza nodded, her mind racing. If Amos III truly made a pact with this being, then perhaps the pyramid itself is more than just a tomb. It's a monument to his failed attempt to control a power beyond comprehension. As they continued to explore, the atmosphere became heavier, more suffocating. The walls seemed to close in, and the temperature dropped significantly. A low, distant sound began to echo through the corridors, a sound that resembled chanting. "Do you hear that?" Alex whispered. "I hear it," Samuel said, his voice grim. "We're not alone in here. There's something else. Something that's been waiting for us." Eliza's stomach churned as the sound grew louder, reverberating through the pyramid. The chanting was ancient, indecipherable, and yet it filled the air with an undeniable sense of dread. It was as if the pyramid itself was alive, its very stone infused with the power of the curse. "I think we need to turn back," Kate said, her voice shaky. This doesn't feel like exploration anymore. It feels like we're trespassing in a place we shouldn't be." But Eliza's eyes were fixed on the path ahead, her resolve hardening. "We can't go back, not yet. The secrets of Amos III's curse are here, and we're the only ones who can uncover them." As she spoke, the ground beneath them trembled. It was subtle at first, a low vibration that grew stronger with each passing second. The walls began to shift, groaning under some unseen pressure, and the air thickened with an almost tangible energy. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and then, without warning, the floor beneath them cracked open, sending a deep, echoing rumble through the chamber. Before anyone could react, a dark figure appeared in the doorway at the far end of the room. It was tall, cloaked in shadows, its face hidden beneath a hood. The figure stepped forward, moving with a grace that defied the laws of physics, as though it was both part of the pyramid and something separate from it. Amose, the figure whispered, its voice a guttural, ancient sound that reverberated through their bones. You have come too late. The air crackled with an unearthly energy as the figure raised a hand, and the temperature in the room plummeted. Eliza's breath caught in her throat, her heart hammering in her chest. What? What are you? She asked, her voice barely a whisper. The figure tilted its head, its eyes glowing faintly beneath the hood. I am the guardian of the curse, and now, so are you. Before Eliza could respond, the figure moved forward with terrifying speed, disappearing into the shadows. The room fell silent once again, save for the distant echo of the chanting, now louder than ever. The temperature in the chamber continued to plummet, each breath becoming visible in the frigid air. Eliza's heart raced, her pulse hammering in her ears. The figure had vanished into the shadows, but the presence it left behind was still very real, an almost suffocating pressure that hung in the air like a dark cloud. What? What just happened? Kate whispered, her voice shaking. Samuel, ever the skeptic, was on edge, his face pale under the dim light of their torches. That wasn't human. Whatever we're dealing with, it's not something any of us can understand. Alex glanced at Eliza, his eyes wide with fear. That figure, do you think it's the same one from the mural? The one Amose III made a pact with? Eliza nodded, her mind spinning. It has to be. The figure in the mural was cloaked in shadow, much like the one we just saw. It's as if it's not just a guardian of the tomb, but a manifestation of the curse itself. The curse Amose III summoned with his pact. The chanting had not stopped. It had grown louder, reverberating through the walls, echoing off the stone like 1,000 voices speaking in a forgotten tongue. The sound seemed to seep into their minds, clawing at their sanity. We can't just stand here, Samuel said, his voice tight. We need to keep moving. The deeper we go, the closer we get to the source of this curse. We have to finish what we came here to do, or we may never leave. Eliza, despite the fear gnawing at her, agreed. We need to find the heart of the pyramid, the burial chamber. That's where the answers will be. That's where Amose III's final secrets are hidden. The group pressed forward, but as they moved deeper into the pyramid, something began to change. The walls, once smooth and unyielding, now seemed to pulse with life, the symbols shifting and writhing like serpents. The air grew thicker, charged with a dark energy that seemed to be pulling at them, urging them toward an unknown fate. Suddenly, the floor beneath them began to shake again. It wasn't just a tremor. It was as if the entire pyramid was alive, its bones groaning in protest. The distant sound of the chanting grew louder, now accompanied by an unsettling, deep thrum, as if the pyramid itself were breathing. Eliza, look! Kate cried, pointing to a series of glowing symbols that had appeared on the walls, near the far end of the corridor. They pulsed with an eerie light, casting long shadows across the chamber. Eliza stepped closer, her heart racing. Those symbols, they're different. These are ancient, even older than the ones we've seen. As she reached out to touch them, the pyramid's response was immediate. The floor cracked open beneath their feet, and a force, cold and violent, sent them sprawling backward. The torches flew from their hands, landing in the darkness, leaving them in near total blackness. A low guttural laugh echoed through the chamber, sending chills down their spines. Then, as if summoned by the laughter, the ground began to open wider. A cold, dark wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it the scent of death and decay. The walls trembled and split, revealing a massive open shaft, leading down into the heart of the pyramid. "We have no choice now," Samuel muttered, his voice a mixture of awe and dread. "We're being pulled toward it. We have to go down." Eliza nodded, her mind spinning. The burial chamber. It's down there. It's the only way to end this. One by one, they descended into the dark shaft, their footsteps echoing against the stone walls. The deeper they went, the colder the air became, and the stronger the pull of the curse felt. The chanting had not stopped, and now it seemed to be coming from every direction. It was as if the very stone was alive, resonating with the power of the curse that had bound Amos III's soul to this place. At the bottom of the shaft, they arrived at another chamber. This one was vast, its walls lined with ancient carvings and murals depicting Amos III in various stages of his life. But as they moved deeper into the room, the true nature of these murals became apparent. They were not mere records of a king's reign. They were a depiction of his transformation. The pharaoh had not only sought immortality, he had sought to become something other. The murals showed him standing before the shadowy figure, his form bending and twisting as he was consumed by darkness. His once regal face had been replaced by something monstrous, his eyes glowing with an unearthly light. The images grew more grotesque as they moved across the walls, depicting Amos III's descent into madness as the curse took hold. "This is worse than I imagined," Kate murmured, her voice barely audible. "Look." Alex pointed to a raised stone platform at the center of the chamber. Upon it lay a large sarcophagus, its surface etched with more symbols, symbols that pulsed with an unnatural glow. This was it, the burial chamber of Amos III. But something was wrong. The sarcophagus was not sealed. It lay open, and the body inside was missing. "There's nothing in here," Samuel said, his voice low with disbelief. "No body, just emptiness." Suddenly a cold wind swept through the room, extinguishing their remaining torches. The only light now came from the glowing symbols on the walls and the eerie pulse from the sarcophagus itself. And then from the shadows a figure emerged, tall, cloaked in darkness, its presence overwhelming. It was the same figure from before, the one that had whispered to them in the chamber. "You are too late," the figure intoned, its voice a hollow echo of a time long past. "Amos III's soul is no longer bound to this world. It is free, and you have awakened it." Eliza felt her knees weaken, but she stood firm. "What do you want from us?" The figure tilted its head as if contemplating the question. "You sought to uncover the secrets of the lost pyramid, but some secrets are better left buried." With that, the figure raised its hand, and the pyramid groaned in response. The walls trembled, and the ground began to shake violently. "Eliza!" Kate screamed, her voice laced with panic. "We need to get out of here!" But it was too late. The curse had been unleashed. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if the pyramid itself was waking from a long dormant slumber. The chamber seemed to shrink, the walls closing in as the oppressive force of the curse grew stronger. Eliza's breath came in shallow gasps as she tried to make sense of the chaotic scene unfolding before them. The figure, the dark, towering presence, stood motionless at the center of the chamber, its form flickering like a shadow cast by some unseen, terrible light. Its eyes glowed faintly, two pools of molten fire that bored into Eliza's very soul. "You cannot escape," the figure spoke again, its voice low and rumbling, as if it were a mere echo of a much older power. The curse of Ahmose III is not bound by time or space. It is eternal, woven into the fabric of this place. It is the price of immortality. What do you want from us? Eliza's voice was shaking, but she fought to keep it steady. Her mind raced, searching for a way out of the nightmare they had unwittingly become a part of. The figure tilted its head, as if considering the question, then spoke once more, its voice growing colder, more distant. Your lives are not what I seek. It is your souls that will feed the curse, that will bind you to this place for eternity, just as Ahmose III's soul is bound. We didn't come here for this, Samuel said, his voice cracking as the terror took hold of him. We were just looking for a lost king, an ancient mystery, not this. We never meant to disturb you. The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming, and Eliza instinctively took a step back, heart hammering. Your intrusion was foretold, the figure continued, its voice like ice scraping against stone. Ahmose's legacy was always destined to be discovered. His thirst for immortality left a mark on this world, one that will never fade. And now you will become a part of that curse. Before Eliza could respond, the figure raised a hand, and a burst of blinding energy shot from its palm, illuminating the chamber in an otherworldly glow. The light intensified, and Eliza felt her body grow heavy, as if the very air around them had turned to lead. It was as though the curse was seeping into her bones, infecting her mind with terrible visions of the past, of a pharaoh who had crossed a line no mortal should have. Her vision blurred, and suddenly she was no longer standing in the pyramid. She was in a vast, desolate landscape, a place where the earth seemed to crack open and the sky was swallowed by darkness. The wind howled through the barren expanse, carrying with it the scent of death and decay. Before her stood a towering figure, Ahmose III himself. His once regal form was now twisted and monstrous, his skin pale and gaunt, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He reached out to her, his fingers long and skeletal. Do you see it now? His voice echoed in Eliza's mind, a voice that sounded both like a king and something far worse. This was my price for immortality. The power I sought consumed me, and now it seeks to consume you. Eliza's heart pounded as she tried to tear her gaze away, but she could not. The pharaoh's presence was suffocating, and the visions that flashed through her mind were too overwhelming to escape. She saw the ancient rituals, the blood sacrifices, the promises made to the shadowy figure that had bound Ahmose to the curse. She saw the desperation in his eyes as he realized too late the cost of his pact. I thought I could control it, Ahmose whispered, his voice now a tortured wail. But the power I sought was never mine to command. Now I am trapped here, lost to time, lost to my own ambition. And you will suffer the same fate. The vision cracked and splintered, and Eliza stumbled back, gasping for air. She was back in the chamber, surrounded by her team. But the weight of what she had just experienced lingered. The pyramid, the curse, Ahmose III, it was all intertwined in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. We need to get out of here, Kate said, her voice trembling. This place, it's alive. It's trying to pull us into it. Eliza nodded, her mind reeling. But even as she turned to flee, the figure in the shadows spoke again, its voice cold and final. You cannot leave, it said. The pyramid will not let you. The curse is already within you, and it will follow you wherever you go. The walls of the chamber began to pulse with a rhythmic beat, like a heartbeat echoing through the very stone. The ground beneath their feet trembled once more, and the light from the symbols on the walls intensified, growing brighter and more chaotic, as though the very foundation of the pyramid was being ripped apart by some unseen force. Eliza could feel the curse wrapping around her, a cold tendril of fear and despair that seemed to draw her deeper into the pyramid's grasp. She tried to take a step back, but the floor beneath her feet shifted, the stones sliding apart with an unnatural hiss. A deep, growling sound rumbled from below, a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth itself. "Eliza, what's happening?" Samuel shouted, his voice frantic. "I don't know," she gasped, trying to stay steady. "It's like the pyramid is coming alive." Just then, a terrible roar echoed through the chamber, shaking the very walls. The ground split open beneath them, and a massive, shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the pyramid. It was a monstrous shape, cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with the same unnatural light that had filled the murals. The creature was larger than anything they had seen before, part man, part beast, a manifestation of the curse itself. "No," Eliza whispered, her voice barely audible. The creature stepped forward, its footsteps shaking the ground with each movement. The air grew thick with the stench of rot and decay, and the temperature plummeted further. "We have to stop it," Alex yelled, his eyes wild with fear. But Eliza knew it was too late. The creature was not something they could fight. It was the manifestation of the curse itself, and its power was beyond their understanding. In that moment, the figure in the shadows spoke one last time, its voice a low, rumbling whisper. "You are too late. The curse of Ahmose III cannot be undone. You are part of it now, and you will never escape." ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if the pyramid itself was waking from a long dormant slumber. The chamber seemed to shrink, the walls closing in as the oppressive force of the curse grew stronger. Eliza's breath came in shallow gasps as she tried to make sense of the chaotic scene unfolding before them. The figure, the dark, towering presence, stood motionless at the center of the chamber, its form flickering like a shadow cast by some unseen, terrible light. Its eyes glowed faintly, two pools of molten fire that bored into Eliza's very soul. "You cannot escape," the figure spoke again, its voice low and rumbling, as if it were a mere echo of a much older power. "The curse of Ahmose III is not bound by time or space. It is eternal, woven into the fabric of this place. It is the price of immortality. What do you want from us?" Eliza's voice was shaking, but she fought to keep it steady. Her mind raced, searching for a way out of the nightmare they had unwittingly become a part of. The figure tilted its head, as if considering the question, then spoke once more, its voice growing colder, more distant. "Your lives are not what I seek. It is your souls that will feed the curse, that will bind you to this place for eternity, just as Ahmose III's soul is bound." "We didn't come here for this," Samuel said, his voice cracking as the terror took hold of him. "We were just looking for a lost king, an ancient mystery, not this. We never meant to disturb you." The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming, and Eliza instinctively took a step back, heart hammering. "Your intrusion was foretold," the figure continued, its voice like ice scraping against stone. "Ahmose's legacy was always destined to be discovered. His thirst for immortality left a mark on this world, one that will never fade. And now you will become a part of that curse." Before Eliza could respond, the figure raised a hand, and a burst of blinding energy shot from its palm, illuminating the chamber in an otherworldly glow. The light intensified, and Eliza felt her body grow heavy, as if the very air around them had turned to lead. It was as though the curse was seeping into her bones, infecting her mind with terrible visions of the past, of a pharaoh who had crossed a line no mortal should have. Her vision blurred, and suddenly she was no longer standing in the pyramid. She was in a vast, desolate landscape, a place where the earth seemed to crack open and the sky was swallowed by darkness. The wind howled through the barren expanse, carrying with it the scent of death and decay. Before her stood a towering figure, Ahmose III himself. His once regal form was now twisted and monstrous, his skin pale and gaunt, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He reached out to her, his fingers long and skeletal. "Do you see it now?" His voice echoed in Eliza's mind, a voice that sounded both like a king and something far worse. "This was my price for immortality. The power I sought consumed me, and now it seeks to consume you." Eliza's heart pounded as she tried to tear her gaze away, but she could not. The pharaoh's presence was suffocating, and the visions that flashed through her mind were too overwhelming to escape. She saw the ancient rituals, the blood sacrifices, the promises made to the shadowy figure that had bound Ahmose to the curse. She saw the desperation in his eyes as he realized too late the cost of his pact. "I thought I could control it," Ahmose whispered, his voice now a tortured wail. "But the power I sought was never mine to command. Now I am trapped here, lost to time, lost to my own ambition. And you will suffer the same fate." The vision cracked and splintered, and Eliza stumbled back, gasping for air. She was back in the chamber, surrounded by her team. But the weight of what she had just experienced lingered. The pyramid, the curse, Ahmose III, it was all intertwined in ways she couldn't yet comprehend. "We need to get out of here," Kate said, her voice trembling. "This place, it's alive. It's trying to pull us into it." Eliza nodded, her mind reeling. But even as she turned to flee, the figure in the shadows spoke again, its voice cold and final. "You cannot leave," it said. "The pyramid will not let you. The curse is already within you, and it will follow you wherever you go." The walls of the chamber began to pulse with a rhythmic beat, like a heartbeat echoing through the very stone. The ground beneath their feet trembled once more, and the light from the symbols on the walls intensified, growing brighter and more chaotic, as though the very foundation of the pyramid was being ripped apart by some unseen force. Eliza could feel the curse wrapping around her, a cold tendril of fear and despair that seemed to draw her deeper into the pyramid's grasp. She tried to take a step back, but the floor beneath her feet shifted, the stones sliding apart with an unnatural hiss. A deep, growling sound rumbled from below, a sound that seemed to come from the very depths of the earth itself. "Eliza, what's happening?" Samuel shouted, his voice frantic. "I don't know," she gasped, trying to stay steady. "It's like the pyramid is coming alive." Just then, a terrible roar echoed through the chamber, shaking the very walls. The ground split open beneath them, and a massive, shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the pyramid. It was a monstrous shape, cloaked in darkness, its eyes glowing with the same unnatural light that had filled the murals. The creature was larger than anything they had seen before, part man, part beast, a manifestation of the curse itself. "No," Eliza whispered, her voice barely audible. The creature stepped forward, its footsteps shaking the ground with each movement. The air grew thick with the stench of rot and decay, and the temperature plummeted further. "We have to stop it," Alex yelled, his eyes wild with fear. But Eliza knew it was too late. The creature was not something they could fight. It was the manifestation of the curse itself, and its power was beyond their understanding. In that moment, the figure in the shadows spoke one last time, its voice a low, rumbling whisper. "You are too late. The curse of Ahmose III cannot be undone. You are part of it now, and you will never escape." The creature, a monstrous amalgamation of shadow and terror, loomed over them. Its form seemed to ripple and shift, as though it were made of darkness itself, a tangible force born from the curse that had long gripped the pyramid. Its glowing eyes burned with an unnatural fire, and a low guttural growl reverberated through the chamber. "Eliza, we need to move!" Kate cried, her voice a mixture of fear and desperation. She tugged at Eliza's arm, but Eliza stood frozen, unable to tear her eyes away from the nightmare before them. The creature's presence was suffocating. The very air around them thickened, pressing down on their chests, making each breath a struggle. It was like the pyramid itself had come alive, intent on swallowing them whole. The ground trembled beneath them again, and the walls of the chamber seemed to close in, the symbols on the stones now glowing fiercely, their light pulsing in time with the beast's movements. It was as if the pyramid was feeding off the terror that had taken root in their hearts. "We have to get out," Samuel muttered, his voice hoarse with fear. "We can't fight this thing. It's beyond anything we've ever faced." "We can't," Eliza said, her voice steady but filled with dread. "The curse, it's already inside us. We're trapped here. The only way out is to break it, destroy the source. But we don't know what that is yet." Before they could speak further, the creature took a step forward, the sound of its massive footfalls echoing through the chamber like thunder. Its mouth, an abyss of writhing darkness, parted in what seemed to be a silent roar, sending waves of chilling air crashing toward them. The force of the wind nearly knocked them off their feet, but Eliza held her ground, her mind working frantically to make sense of the situation. "We need to find the heart of this curse," she said. "We have to get to where it all began, the heart of Amos the Third's pact." "That's the burial chamber," Kate said, in her voice trembling, but her eyes burning with determination. "The sarcophagus. Maybe that's where the curse is bound." Eliza nodded. "It's our only chance. We have to get back to the burial chamber. The source of the curse is there." The group turned and fled toward the shaft leading upward, but the creature moved with unnatural speed, blocking their path. It towered above them, its dark eyes fixed on Eliza, with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very soul. "Flee if you must," the creature's voice rumbled, low and ancient. "But you cannot escape what has already been set in motion. The curse has taken root, and now it will grow. You are already bound to it." The walls of the chamber began to shake again, and a deep rumbling sound reverberated through the stone. The ground split beneath their feet, and cracks snaked along the walls like veins, pulsing with dark energy. "Eliza!" Alex shouted, panic creeping into his voice. "We're running out of time!" The pyramid seemed to be collapsing in on itself. The very structure of it was unraveling, as though the curse was consuming the ancient stones, eating away at the foundation. The air crackled with dark energy, and the temperature dropped even further, until they could see their breath in the freezing cold. "Eliza!" Samuel cried. "What do we do? We can't escape. We can't fight it." "I know," Eliza said quietly, her mind still racing. The creature's eyes were upon her, but she could feel the weight of something more, the weight of ancient knowledge, the knowledge of what had happened to Amos the Third. He had thought the curse could grant him eternal life, but instead it had condemned him to a fate worse than death. And now it seemed the same fate was descending upon them. "Listen to me," she said, her voice firm. "We need to destroy the source of the curse. If we don't, it will consume us all." "But how?" Kate asked, her voice almost a whisper. "We don't know what it is." Eliza's eyes darted around the chamber, her mind searching for any clue, any answer. and then it hit her. Something about the sarcophagus, something about the way it had been left open. She remembered the images in the murals, the way Ahmose III's transformation had been depicted, the pact he had made with the shadowy figure. The sarcophagus wasn't just a tomb, it was a prison. Ahmose III's soul had been bound to it, but now that prison was open, and the curse had been unleashed. The creature lunged forward, its massive form crashing into the ground, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The floor cracked beneath them, and Eliza stumbled, almost falling. But she steadied herself and looked directly at the creature. "You're not the curse," she said, her voice steady despite the terror gnawing at her. "You're a manifestation of it. You were created by the pact Ahmose made. If we can destroy the sarcophagus, we can destroy you." The creature's eyes glowed brighter, its form swelling with rage. "You cannot destroy me," it hissed. "I am the curse. I am the price of immortality. You are nothing but pawns in this game." But Eliza didn't back down. She turned to her team, her eyes filled with determination. "We have to reach the sarcophagus now. We don't have much time." With that, they made a run for it, dodging the creature's strikes as it tried to block their path. The pyramid seemed to fight back, the walls and floors shifting, making every step a battle. But they pressed on, desperation driving them forward. Finally, they reached the burial chamber again. The sarcophagus sat there, still open, its carvings pulsing with an eerie light. The creature's shadow loomed over them, its form flickering in and out of existence like a nightmare. Eliza stepped forward, her eyes locked on the sarcophagus. She reached out and touched the edge of the stone, and instantly she was overwhelmed with a flood of images, memories not her own. Ahmose III's face twisted in pain as curse took hold, the pact binding him to the darkness, to the creature now before them. "Eliza!" Kate cried, fear creeping into her voice. "What's happening?" Eliza closed her eyes, forcing herself to focus. "We need to destroy the seal," she said, her voice shaking. "The curse is bound to the sarcophagus. If we destroy the seal, we break the curse." With shaking hands, she pressed her palm against the symbols on the sarcophagus, and as she did, the pyramid let out a final, deafening roar. The walls cracked, and the creature shrieked, its form disintegrating into the shadows. But the pyramid was not done yet. It was dying. The chamber trembled violently as Eliza pressed her hand against the glowing symbols on the sarcophagus. A sudden surge of dark energy shot through her, sending a searing pain through her body. It was as if the pyramid itself were fighting back, as if the curse had grown sentient, determined to protect its secret. The walls around them cracked, groaning under the immense pressure, and the very earth beneath their feet seemed to pulse with a malevolent force. The creature, the manifestation of the curse, shrieked in fury, its shadowy form flickering and warping like smoke in the wind. It roared, its voice a low, guttural sound that reverberated through the chamber. "No!" the creature bellowed, its voice filled with ancient hatred. "You cannot undo what has been done. This curse is eternal, bound by blood and soul. You are nothing but insects trying to swat at a storm." Eliza's heart pounded in her chest, but she fought through the pain, focusing on the sarcophagus. The symbols on the stone seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm, almost alive, as if they were feeding on the fear and desperation in the air. The sarcophagus was the key to everything, the key to breaking the curse and to stopping the monster that sought to consume them. "We have to destroy it," Eliza said, her voice hoarse. She turned to her team, who were desperately looking for a way to help, but the force of the curse was too strong. "It's the only way." Kate, her face pale and eyes wide with fear, nodded. How do we destroy it? The thing is trying to stop us. Samuel gritted his teeth, his fist clenched as he stood beside her. We'll find a way. We have to. We can't let this thing win. Eliza's fingers trembled as they traced the symbols on the sarcophagus, each one now glowing brighter, feeding off her energy. The pain in her hand was becoming unbearable, but she couldn't stop now. She remembered the images from her vision, the images of Ahmose III, desperate in his final moments, trying to escape the curse he had unleashed. The secret to breaking the curse had to be here. Suddenly, the sarcophagus trembled beneath her touch, and the symbols on the stone began to shift and change, rearranging themselves into a new pattern. Eliza gasped, pulling her hand back as the stone rumbled ominously. A crack appeared along the surface, and a dark mist began to seep out from the fissure. It was the curse, escaping. "Get back!" Eliza shouted, pushing her team away from the sarcophagus. The dark mist poured out, swirling around them like a living thing, its tendrils reaching out for their souls. It reeked of death and decay, of ancient power long forgotten. Kate stumbled backward, eyes wide with terror. "What is that? It's alive!" The mist coiled around the sarcophagus, and suddenly a deafening roar echoed through the chamber. The creature, now fully formed, lunged forward, its massive, shadowy hands reaching for them. Its eyes burned with an all-consuming fury, its mouth opening wide in a howl that sent chills down their spines. But Eliza, her heart racing, refused to back down. She glanced at the sarcophagus again, now nearly fully open, the dark mist swirling around it like a storm. The creature's form flickered and faded, its essence tied to the pyramid, but it was still powerful, still deadly. "Eliza, we need to get out of here," Alex shouted, his voice breaking through the chaos. "No," Eliza said, her voice determined. "We're not leaving until this curse is broken. We have to seal it back in." The ground beneath them cracked open, and the ceiling above them began to crumble. Dust and debris rained down, but Eliza ignored it. Her mind was focused solely on the sarcophagus and the terrible curse that sought to escape. The air around them was growing colder, the mist thicker, more oppressive. The creature's shadowy form loomed closer, its presence a heavy weight pressing against them. "Eliza," Samuel said, his voice filled with urgency. "What do we do? The curse is getting stronger." Eliza's eyes widened as she saw the last piece of the puzzle fall into place. The sarcophagus was not just a prison. It was a seal, and it had been broken. The curse had been bound to Ahmose III's soul, but now it sought to escape, to consume anyone who dared to disturb it. The seal had to be reformed. They needed to trap the curse again, to bind it within the sarcophagus. But how? The answer was right in front of her. "Eliza!" Kate cried, snapping her out of her thoughts. "Do something!" "I am," Eliza said, her voice steady. "I know how to stop it. I can feel the curse. I can feel its power." With a deep breath, Eliza placed both hands on the sarcophagus again. The symbols glowed brighter, burning her palms, but she didn't pull away. She focused all of her energy on the curse, on the darkness that threatened to consume them. The creature shrieked in fury, its form flickering violently, but Eliza could sense it weakening. The sarcophagus was beginning to respond to her touch, the cracks in the stone slowly knitting together, the curse fighting to escape. But Eliza's will was stronger now. As she pressed her hands deeper into the sarcophagus, the dark mist began to swirl in reverse, flowing back into the stone. The symbols on the sarcophagus twisted and reformed, their glow becoming more intense with each passing second. The creature's shadowy form writhed in agony, its eyes filled with fear. "No!" it howled, its voice filled with rage and desperation. "You cannot trap me again! I will consume you all!" But Eliza did not relent. She focused all her strength on sealing the curse once more, her body shaking from the effort, her skin burning with the touch of the stone. Slowly the mist began to fade, drawn back into the sarcophagus as if it were being sucked into the very fabric of the pyramid. Finally, with a deafening crack, sarcophagus slammed shut, the symbols glowing brightly before they faded into stillness. The creature's form dissolved into shadow, its cries echoing as it was drawn back into the stone. The chamber fell silent, the oppressive weight of the curse lifting as the pyramid's vibrations began to settle. The dark energy that had filled the air faded, leaving behind a cold, eerie stillness. But Eliza knew that this was not over. The pyramid had been sealed, but the curse would not be easily forgotten. Ahmose III's legacy still lingered, and the consequences of their actions would follow them long after they left the pyramid's depths. The stone walls of the chamber groaned as if in mourning, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the curse was at rest. The chamber, once filled with the suffocating presence of the curse, was now eerily silent. The heavy air had lifted, leaving only a faint chill that clung to their skin. The stone walls, cracked and scarred by the battle, seemed to mourn the passing of the dark force that had once thrived within them. The sarcophagus, now sealed tight, stood in the center of the room, its glowing symbols a distant echo of the terror it had once contained. Eliza's breath came in shallow gasps, her body trembling from the strain of the ritual. Her hands, still pressed against the now still sarcophagus, ached with the residual power that had coursed through them. The stone was cold beneath her touch, but she could feel the pulse of the curse, still faint but present, as if it were waiting, watching. "Eliza." Kate's voice was tentative, hesitant as she approached. "Is it over? Is it really over?" Eliza slowly pulled her hands away from the sarcophagus, her heart pounding in her chest. "It's sealed," she said, her voice a whisper. "For now, but I don't know if it's truly gone. The curse is part of this place, part of the pyramid." Alex and Samuel moved to her side, both of them exhausted but relieved, their faces pale but hopeful. "We did it," Samuel said, his voice rough with fatigue. "We stopped it. The creature is gone. For good." Eliza's eyes lingered on the sarcophagus, her mind still racing. "It's not gone. The pyramid was built to contain it. And now that the curse is sealed once more, we have to leave, before it awakens again." The team stood in the quiet aftermath of their victory, but Eliza could sense that the pyramid was far from peaceful. The deeper they had ventured, the more she had felt the presence of the curse, an ancient living thing that had been bound to the pyramid for millennia. She could feel its power still lingering in the stones, a dangerous reminder that the pyramid itself was alive with the magic of the past. "Do you think the curse will ever fully die?" Kate asked, her voice soft as though she feared speaking too loudly would wake something within the walls. "I don't know," Eliza replied, her voice distant. "Maybe not, but at least for now, we've stopped it from claiming anyone else. We've broken its hold." The thought of leaving the pyramid, of escaping its ancient grasp, sent a ripple of unease through Eliza. But as much as she feared what they had unleashed, she knew that staying here was no longer an option. The pyramid had shown them its wrath, and there was no telling when or if it would ever release its grip again. "Let's get out of here," Alex said, his tone urgent but weary, "before this place decides to bury us alive." They moved cautiously, making their way back toward the entrance of the pyramid. The walls seemed to close in around them as they passed, the faintest echoes of whispers brushing against their ears. The curse may have been sealed, but it was not forgotten. The pyramid had not forgotten the darkness that had once resided within it. As they ascended through the narrow shaft they had originally descended, Eliza glanced over her shoulder at the dark chamber they had left behind. The pyramid, with all its secrets and horrors, stood silent now, as though it were waiting for the next soul foolish enough to disturb its slumber. Outside, the sun had begun to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows over the desert sands. The air was cooler now, the oppressive heat of the day fading into the calm of the evening. The vast emptiness of the desert stretched out before them, a stark contrast to the suffocating confines of the pyramid they had just escaped. "We made it," Kate whispered, her voice filled with awe as she took a deep breath of the open air. "We're free." But Eliza didn't feel free. Not yet. The memory of the creature's glowing eyes, the echo of its voice in her mind haunted her. The curse had been sealed for now, but the legacy of Amos III, his pact with the darkness, would never truly leave her. The pyramid had given them a glimpse into its ancient power, but it had also shown them how fragile their existence was. The pyramid was a living thing, its curse bound by the will of the past, waiting to awaken once more. "We're not free," Eliza said softly, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "We may have stopped it for now, but the pyramid, it holds more than just the curse. There's something else here, something we didn't understand, something that will always remain." "Then we destroy it," Samuel said, his voice filled with quiet determination. "We find a way to end it for good." Eliza turned to look at him, her eyes searching his face for the resolution she knew she needed to see. But in the depths of her own heart, she wasn't sure there was an end. The pyramid, Amos III, the curse, they were all part of a larger story, one that had been written in blood and shadow long before their arrival. "We will," Eliza said, her voice steady despite the uncertainty in her heart. "But first, we need to understand what we've unleashed. We can't fight what we don't understand." As they walked away from the pyramid, Eliza's thoughts turned inward. The curse was contained, but she couldn't shake the feeling that it was only a matter of time before the pyramid would call to them again. Its secrets were too vast, too dangerous, to remain dormant forever. They had survived, but at what cost? And what would they have to sacrifice to truly stop the curse that had once gripped the pyramid? The answers were still hidden, buried deep within the walls of the ancient stone, waiting to be uncovered by those brave or foolish enough to seek them. The desert stretched out before them, an endless sea of golden sands under the darkening sky. The sun had just dipped below the horizon, leaving the world bathed in twilight's soft purpling hues. The air had cooled, and the oppressive heat of the day had given way to a silent, unsettling calm. It was as though the desert itself was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Eliza stood at the edge of the pyramid, her back to the darkness of its ancient stone. The others were gathered around her, their faces weary but determined, though there was an undercurrent of anxiety that none of them could hide. "We made it out," Alex said, his voice sounding rough from exhaustion. He wiped a hand across his forehead, a gesture that felt oddly familiar after their time in the pyramid. "But I can't shake the feeling, like we haven't really escaped yet." Eliza nodded, her thoughts mirroring his. The pyramid loomed behind them, its massive form casting a shadow that seemed to stretch endlessly across the sand. It was as if the very earth around it had been warped by the curse that had lived inside. She could still feel its cold touch, its suffocating presence lingering in the back of her mind, even now that they were free of the tomb's immediate grasp. We haven't, she murmured, her voice barely audible above the desert wind. The curse has been sealed, but I don't think it's truly gone. I can feel it. Waiting. Samuel shook his head, trying to dislodge the weight of the thought. We sealed it, Eliza. We stopped it. It's done. Is it? Eliza replied, turning to face him. We sealed the curse inside the sarcophagus, but the pyramid itself. She paused, trying to find the right words. The pyramid isn't just a tomb. It's part of something much older. The curse was always tied to it, bound to its very stones. It's not gone. It's only dormant. The others fell silent, the weight of her words settling on them. The crackling of the desert wind seemed louder now, as if the earth itself were trying to speak. They could hear the distant howl of a coyote, its mournful cry barely audible over the howling gusts. In this desolate place, far removed from civilization, it felt as though the world was at the edge of something vast and incomprehensible. We need answers, Kate said, her voice cutting through the tension. We have to understand what we've done. We sealed the curse, but there's more to this story than just some ancient evil. Eliza nodded, the sense of urgency in Kate's voice pulling her back to the task at hand. The tomb wasn't just built to house Ahmose III's body, she said, her thoughts flowing as she pieced together everything they discovered. It was built to trap something, or someone. The curse wasn't a result of Ahmose III's death. It was a part of him, something he made a pact with long before he died. The others listened intently, each one of them realizing that the true nature of the pyramid and the curse was far more complicated than they had imagined. We have to go back, Eliza continued. We need to understand who or what Ahmose III made that pact with. We need to know why the pyramid is so much more than just a tomb. Samuel clenched his fist, his jaw tightening. But what if we're wrong? What if the pyramid was meant to stay buried forever? There's no going back now, Eliza said, her voice firm but somber. We've already disturbed it. The curse is sealed but not destroyed, and I don't think the pyramid will let us leave until we understand its secrets. The group exchanged uneasy glances, the magnitude of Eliza's words sinking in. The sun had now fully set, and the desert stretched out before them, an unforgiving and vast wasteland. They knew they had little time. The night was upon them, and in the distance the shifting shadows of the pyramid seemed to call to them, beckoning them back to the place they had just escaped. We'll go back, Eliza said after a long silence. We'll dig deeper, but we do this together. We face whatever is hidden there, and we make sure it never harms anyone again. Her words, though resolute, were tempered by a deep sense of foreboding. She could feel it, the pull of the pyramid, an insidious call that reached into her very soul. It was as if the curse were whispering, reminding her that it was not yet finished with them. The decision was made, and the path ahead seemed inevitable. Despite the fear and exhaustion that tugged at their limbs, they began the long walk back toward the entrance of the pyramid. The wind blew fiercely, a desert storm stirring in the distance. The sound of the sandstorm's approach echoed like a distant roar, and the team moved swiftly, feeling the weight of the desert's harshness on their backs. As they neared the pyramid once more, the stone structure loomed in the distance, its jagged silhouette cutting through the darkened sky. The world around them seemed to grow colder with each step they took. The air itself felt charged, as though something was about to happen. Eliza stopped just before the entrance, her hand brushing against the cool stone. "It's calling us," she whispered, more to herself than to anyone else. Kate looked at her, eyes wide with concern. "Eliza, what do you mean?" But Eliza didn't answer. She simply stepped forward into the dark mouth of the pyramid, her heart pounding as she crossed the threshold once more. The inside of the pyramid was as silent and oppressive as it had been before, but the air now seemed thicker, heavier, as if it were holding its breath. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated through the stone corridors, amplifying the sense of isolation and dread. "Are you sure this is a good idea?" Alex asked, his voice low as they ventured deeper into the pyramid. "We barely survived last time." "We have no choice," Eliza replied, her voice firm but strained. "The answers we need are here." As they made their way down into the depths of the pyramid, the walls seemed to close in tighter, the air growing colder still. The faint glow of the sarcophagus's symbols flickered in her mind, a reminder that the power they had sealed away was still very much present. But deeper still, they knew they would find the truth, and with it, they would learn whether the curse could ever truly be vanquished, or whether it would rise again to consume them all. The pyramid loomed ahead, its entrance dark and foreboding like the mouth of some ancient beast. As Eliza and the team crossed the threshold, the overwhelming sense of dread from before seemed to creep back into the air, wrapping around them like a cold, unseen hand. It was a sensation that gnawed at their senses, leaving them uneasy, even as they stepped into the heart of the tomb once more. The air inside was thick, heavy with the ancient dust that had not been disturbed for centuries. The walls felt close, oppressive, as if the pyramid were alive, breathing along with them. Eliza shivered, her skin prickling, though the temperature remained cool. There was something about this place, something that whispered of long-forgotten things, of buried secrets waiting to be uncovered. They moved slowly, the beams of their flashlights cutting through the darkness, illuminating the familiar passageways they had navigated before. The faint echoes of their footsteps reverberated through the stone, amplifying the emptiness that surrounded them. "I hate the silence," Kate muttered, her voice breaking the stillness. "It feels like something's watching us." "I think something is," Alex said, his eyes scanning the shadows ahead of them. "I don't know why we're back here. We should have left when we had the chance." But Eliza's resolve remained unshaken. "We have to know what's inside. The curse isn't just a force, it's a part of this pyramid. Whatever it is that Ahmose III bound himself to, it's still here." Samuel, who had been walking quietly at the rear of the group, spoke up, his voice low. "And we'll stop it. We'll find whatever's left of the curse and destroy it for good." Eliza turned to face him, meeting his gaze with a serious look. "That's what I hope. But I'm not sure that it can be destroyed. I don't think it's just an object or a thing we can burn. I think it's something older. Something that goes beyond Ahmose III." Their journey continued through the winding corridors of the pyramid. The deeper they went, the more the sense of unease grew. The walls seemed to pulse with a subtle energy, and Eliza could feel the temperature drop with every step. She instinctively pulled her jacket tighter around her, as though to shield herself from the unseen forces that threatened to close in. After what felt like an eternity of walking, they arrived at the central chamber, the place where they had uncovered the sarcophagus of Ahmose III. But this time it was different. The air was thick with the unmistakable feeling of something ancient, something far older than the pyramid itself. The sarcophagus stood before them, now completely sealed as they had left it. But there was something new. A faint glow emanated from the stone, pulsing rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat. Eliza's heart quickened in response, as if the very stones of the pyramid were calling to her. "What's happening?" Kate asked, her voice filled with concern. "I don't know," Eliza said softly, stepping forward, drawn to the sarcophagus. "But I think we've triggered something. The curse. It's waking up." Samuel stepped up beside her, his face pale. "We sealed it, Eliza. There's no way it could come back unless it was never truly gone," Eliza finished, her voice tight with realization. "The curse is bound to the pyramid itself. Ahmose III may have sealed it within his tomb, but the pyramid, it's a prison, and the curse is part of its design." The glow from the sarcophagus grew brighter, casting eerie shadows on the walls of the chamber. Eliza took a step back, her mind racing. She had to make a decision, one that would either confirm or shatter everything they thought they knew about the curse. "We need to open it," she said finally, her voice steady despite the storm of fear and confusion swirling inside her. "We need to know what's inside. If this curse is bound to Ahmose III's soul, then perhaps it's not the pyramid that holds the power, but him." "But we barely survived last time," Alex protested, his eyes darting nervously to the glowing sarcophagus. "What if this time it's too much?" "We can't just stand here," Eliza said, her tone firm. "We need to finish this. We can't leave this place still bound by the curse. We need to understand what happened to Ahmose III and why he chose this path." The team exchanged looks, their fears palpable, but one by one they nodded in agreement. They had come too far, faced too much, to back down now. Eliza reached for the ancient carvings on the sarcophagus, tracing the symbols with her fingers. They were the same as before, glowing faintly as if reacting to her touch. The symbols were intricate, the language foreign, but the power in them was unmistakable. "I can feel it," she whispered, her eyes wide. "The power. It's still alive. It's not just a curse. It's a force that was meant to be kept hidden." With a deep breath, Eliza pressed her hands against the stone. The glow intensified, and a low hum filled the air, vibrating through the very walls. The others watched, breathless, as the sarcophagus began to shift. The heavy lid of the tomb groaned in protest as it moved, but it opened slowly, revealing the mummified body of Ahmose III, his face serene, his body untouched by time. Yet there was something different about him. His hands, once clenched in eternal rest, were now open, as though inviting them to touch. The symbols that had once glowed only on the surface of the sarcophagus were now etched into his skin, pulsing with an unnatural light. Eliza stepped closer, her heart pounding in her chest. "This is it," she said softly. "This is what Ahmose III bound himself to. Not just a curse, a pact. His soul is part of it." A cold, eerie wind seemed to stir in the chamber, the air thickening with an otherworldly presence. The ancient power of the curse, now more real than ever, seemed to surge from the very core of the tomb. "What happens now?" Kate asked, her voice trembling. Eliza turned to face her, her eyes dark with understanding. "Now we learn the truth, and we face whatever is waiting inside him. His soul is part of it." The air in the chamber had grown heavy with the weight of the curse. The lid of the sarcophagus had been lifted, but instead of the peace they had anticipated, a thick, oppressive energy filled the room, pulsing with an unnatural life. The glow from the ancient symbols on Ahmose III's mummified body intensified, casting eerie shadows across the walls of the tomb. Eliza stepped back, her heart racing as she stared at the body. The sight was almost too much to bear. This ancient king, still seemingly preserved, but there was something wrong. His body, though mummified, appeared to be alive with energy. The glow from the symbols on his skin flickered like a heartbeat, slow but persistent, an ominous reminder that they had uncovered something far beyond their understanding. "What have we done?" Samuel whispered, his voice filled with dread. "This isn't just a curse. This is something far older than we imagined." Eliza didn't answer immediately. She was transfixed, drawn to the figure in front of her. Something deep within her soul told her that Ahmose III was not at rest. Not truly. The power that had sealed his tomb had been far more than a simple curse. It had been a prison, one that held not just his physical form, but something else. A force, a being, a presence. "We didn't just break the seal on a tomb," Eliza murmured. "We broke the seal on the pact he made." "Pact?" Kate asked, her brow furrowing. "You mean with a curse?" "No," Eliza said, shaking her head. "The curse was only a part of it. Ahmose III didn't just bring something terrible into the world. He gave something of himself in return. He offered his soul to this force, to this power that lies within the pyramid." As she spoke, a chill swept through the chamber, and the glow from the symbols on the king's body seemed to intensify, like firelight growing hotter. The very stones beneath their feet began to hum, the vibration traveling through their bones. Eliza could feel it now, deep in her chest. The force that had been sleeping for centuries was waking up. "We need to get out," Alex said, panic rising in his voice. "We've unleashed something. This whole place is going to collapse on us." But Eliza held up her hand, urging them to stay. "No, We can't run. Not yet. We need to understand what this is, why Amos III did this, and how we can stop it. Stop it? Kate echoed, her voice tinged with disbelief. How are we supposed to stop this? Eliza's eyes never left the body of Amos III. We have to find out what this power wants. Only then will we know if we can put it back to rest, or if we can even survive. Suddenly, the mummified body of Amos III seemed to shift. It wasn't a movement of muscle or bone, but a shift in the very energy around him. The symbols on his skin burned with a bright, unnatural light. For a split second, the air seemed to crackle, charged with electricity. The sound was like a low hum, rising in pitch and intensity, until it was a loud, deafening roar. The ground trembled beneath their feet, and the walls of the chamber shook. Eliza staggered back, her heart pounding in her chest. She felt the power radiating from Amos III, swirling around her, clawing at her mind. "Get away from him!" Samuel shouted, his voice strained with fear. He grabbed Eliza's arm and pulled her back. But it was too late. The glow from the king's body erupted in a flash of light, blinding them for a moment. Eliza felt herself falling, the world spinning around her. Her heart hammered in her chest, and then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light faded. When she opened her eyes, the pyramid was silent once more. But it wasn't the same silence. It felt wrong. The air was thick, oppressive. There was no longer the hum of ancient power vibrating through the walls, but something darker, something that was watching them. "Eliza," Kate said, her voice barely above a whisper. "What just happened?" Eliza stood slowly, her legs unsteady. She looked around the chamber. The sarcophagus was closed again, as if it had never been opened. But there was no mistaking the feeling that lingered in the air. "It's inside us now," she said softly, her voice shaking. "The curse, the pact, it's in us." The others exchanged uneasy glances. Eliza could see the fear in their eyes. They had done something they could not undo. Something had changed, not just in the pyramid, but in them. "What do you mean it's inside us?" Alex asked, his voice filled with disbelief. "The power is bound to Amos III's soul," Eliza explained. "It's tied to this pyramid. But the curse was never just a curse. It was part of a larger, darker force, and we are now part of it." "No," Kate said, shaking her head. We didn't know what we were unleashing," Eliza interrupted, her voice firm. "But we have to face it now. We can't run. We need to understand what's happened." The air shifted again, heavier this time, and Eliza felt it. A presence, subtle yet overwhelming. It wasn't just the pyramid that had changed. It was them. Something was inside her, something that made her skin crawl, as though her very soul had been touched by the ancient power that had once been sealed away. "We need to find a way to reverse it," Samuel said, his voice steady despite the fear that lined his features. "We have to find a way to undo this." "How?" Alex asked, his voice shaking. "How do we undo something like this?" "We don't even know what this is," Kate said, her voice rising in panic. "How do we fix it?" Eliza stared at the sarcophagus, feeling the weight of the dark energy surrounding them. The king's body was still, but she knew it wasn't over. It could never be over until they uncovered the truth behind Amos III's pact. "We don't fix it by running," Eliza said, her voice hard and determined. "We fix it by understanding what it is and how we can stop it." That followed the eruption of energy felt. The silence that followed the eruption of energy felt suffocating, oppressive. Eliza stood frozen in place, her mind racing. What had just happened? The glow from Amos III's body had faded, but the presence, the weight of something ancient, dark, remained. It was like an invisible chain, tightening around her chest, squeezing her breath. The others were still processing the moment. Samuel's grip on her arm was tight, his face pale. Kate was clutching her flashlight as if it were a lifeline, her eyes wide and haunted. Alex was the only one who seemed to be regaining his composure, though his breath was shallow and erratic. "Do you feel it?" Eliza asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Kate nodded, her face contorted with fear. "It's like something's inside us. I can feel it, like it's watching me." "It's in all of us," Eliza said, her voice strained. "The curse, the pact Amos the Third made, it's no longer just bound to the pyramid. It's bound to us now." Samuel's eyes flickered with confusion and dread. "But how? We didn't make any pact. We didn't." "No," Eliza said firmly, interrupting him. "Amos the Third's soul was bound to this force. When we opened the tomb, we didn't just uncover a curse, we activated the binding. We're part of it now, part of his pact." The room seemed to close in around them, the walls pressing tighter with every breath. The darkness in the chamber felt thicker now, as though the pyramid was alive, watching them. And in the distance there was a low, rhythmic thumping sound, a heartbeat that echoed throughout the tomb, deep and slow. Alex's voice broke through the tension. "What are we supposed to do? We're stuck in this, whatever it is. What's happening to us?" "I don't know yet," Eliza replied, her voice steady despite the panic rising within her. "But we have to find out what Amos III did. We have to understand how he bound himself to this force, and if there's any way to reverse it." "We can't just stand here," Kate exclaimed, her eyes frantic. "We have to get out. We've already disturbed enough." But Eliza shook her head. "We can't leave. Not now. Not without knowing what we're dealing with. This curse is not just a force of nature. It's something intentional. Amos the Third did this on purpose. And whatever he bound himself to, it's still here." The thumping sound grew louder, almost as if it were coming from the very walls themselves. The air seemed to shift again, colder this time, as though the pyramid was closing in on them. Eliza took a deep breath and stepped forward, her flashlight cutting through the darkness, illuminating the sarcophagus and the mummified king's body. There was no denying it now. The energy in the tomb was alive, pulsing, vibrating. It was as if the pyramid itself was reacting to their presence, to their connection with Amos III's curse. "I don't think we can stop it," Samuel said quietly, his voice trembling. "I don't think we can undo what's been done." Eliza turned to him, her expression hardening. "You're wrong. We can stop it. But we have to understand it first. We need to learn what this curse really is, what Amos III did." The walls of the pyramid seemed to pulse, responding to Eliza's words, as if the very stones were alive and listening. Then with a sound that was almost like a sigh, the air seemed to part. A section of the wall before them, shifting slowly, revealing a hidden passage. It was narrow, dark, but the air that came from it was different. It was cooler, tinged with an ancient, musty scent that spoke of long-forgotten things. "Another passage?" Kate asked, her voice shaky. "Where does this lead?" "I don't know," Eliza answered, her eyes narrowing with suspicion. "But this is our way forward. Whatever this force is, whatever Amos III's soul is bound to, it's in there. I can feel it." Without waiting for a response, Eliza stepped forward, moving into darkness. Her team hesitated for only a moment before following her. The air in the passage was stifling, the walls damp and cold to the touch. Their flashlights flickered as they moved deeper, their steps echoing eerily in the narrow corridor. As they moved deeper into the pyramid, the passage began to widen, and the temperature dropped. It wasn't just the coldness of the stone, it was a creeping chill that seemed to seep into their very bones. The air felt thick with power, as though they were walking through an invisible web that wrapped itself tighter around them with every step. Finally, they came to a small chamber. At its center was an altar, stone-carved and ancient, adorned with symbols they couldn't quite comprehend. The air in this room was heavier, darker, and the heartbeat they had heard earlier was stronger here. It felt as though the very walls of the pyramid were alive, pulsating with energy. And there, at the center of the altar, was a crystal, black as midnight, glowing faintly with a dark light. It was unlike anything they had ever seen. The symbols that decorated the altar seemed to pulse in time with the heartbeat, a rhythmic cycle of power that seemed to come from the very heart of the pyramid. Eliza stepped forward, her hand trembling as she reached for the crystal. But as her fingers brushed its surface, the room exploded in a surge of energy. The pulse of the pyramid quickened, and for a moment, everything seemed to collapse in on itself. Then the darkness overwhelmed them. The world spun in a chaotic whirl of light and shadow. The moment Eliza touched the crystal, the energy within the pyramid erupted like a violent storm. It was as though the very air had turned to liquid, thick and suffocating, pulling them deeper into the heart of the curse. Eliza stumbled back, her hand recoiling from the dark crystal, but the surge of energy continued. The pulse in the walls grew stronger, the rhythmic thumping now a deafening roar, as if the pyramid itself had come alive. She gasped for air, but it was as if the very oxygen in the chamber had been consumed by the dark power now surging through the tomb. "Get away from it!" Samuel shouted, his voice strained with panic. He grabbed Eliza's arm, pulling her away from the altar, but the power in the room seemed to fight back. The walls themselves seemed to push in, tightening like the grip of a giant hand. But they couldn't move fast enough. The air was thick, and the ground beneath them seemed to tremble with every beat of the pyramid's heart. The darkness seemed to grow, swirling around them in a maddening dance, blocking their path. "Eliza, we need to get out of here!" Kate screamed, her face pale with terror. But Eliza couldn't tear her eyes away from the crystal. It was alive with energy, pulsing and thrumming in rhythm with the pyramid itself. She felt a pull, a call, deep inside her chest. The curse had attached itself to them the moment they disturbed Amos III's tomb, and now it was pulling them towards something at the center of this dark power. "It's not just a curse," Eliza whispered, her voice trembling. "It's a trap, a soul trap." "What do you mean?" Alex's voice broke through the chaos, though he was struggling to stay steady in the powerful, oppressive air. "It's not just Amos III, Eliza said, her mind racing. "He didn't just bind his soul to the curse. He bound it to this crystal, this altar. This is the heart of the pyramid, and the energy we're feeling, it's not just the tomb. It's his soul trapped here, feeding this dark power. It's feeding on us." Kate's eyes widened in horror. "You mean we're trapped too?" "Yes," Eliza said, her voice firm, despite the fear creeping into her mind. "We're part of this curse now. The crystal is calling us. It wants us. It wants our souls." The thumping in the walls intensified, vibrating through their bodies. They could feel the heartbeat now, not just in the air but in their bones. The pyramid was no longer just a tomb. It was alive, and it was feeding on them. "We can't leave until we destroy this thing," Eliza said, her eyes narrowing. This is where it started. This is where a Moses the Third's pact was made. If we don't stop this, we'll be just like him, part of the pyramid forever. Samuel stepped forward, his hands clenched into fists. But how do we destroy it? How do we stop something like this? We need to sever the connection between the curse and the crystal, Eliza said, taking a deep breath. The only way to do that is to break the binding, to destroy whatever magic holds this pyramid and a Moses the Third's soul together. But how do we even begin to do that? Was it to or to Alex asked, his voice filled with uncertainty. I don't know yet, Eliza admitted, but the answers are here, somewhere. We have to find them. The walls pulsed once more, and for a moment the ground beneath their feet trembled violently, as if the pyramid itself was reacting to their presence. Then a low voice echoed through the chamber, ancient and disembodied. It reverberated in their minds, cold and cruel. You cannot escape. You cannot break the bond. You belong to me now, all of you. Eliza froze, her blood running cold. The voice, it was impossible to tell if it was coming from the walls, the crystal, or something else entirely. But it was unmistakably the voice of Amos III. The king's soul, twisted and bound to the curse, was speaking to them. No! Eliza shouted, her voice shaking but defiant. We will not belong to you. We will break this curse. We will free your soul. The voice laughed, a low, mocking sound that made Eliza's skin crawl. You do not understand. You are already mine. You have always been mine. From the moment you disturbed the tomb, there is no escape. There is no freedom. Eliza's hand clenched into a fist. We will find a way. We will break your hold over us. We will destroy this pyramid, and we will set you free. The air seemed to crackle in response, as if the pyramid was alive and listening. Then suddenly the crystal began to glow brighter, and the pulse in the walls grew even stronger, nearly deafening. The ground shook violently beneath them, and a low rumble filled the air. It was as if the pyramid was fighting to hold on to them, to drag them deeper into its dark grip. We can't waste any more time, Kate shouted, her voice urgent. If we don't do something now, we're all going to be consumed by this. Eliza nodded, her mind racing as she scanned the chamber for anything that might help. The symbols on the walls, the ancient carvings etched into the stone, they had to hold the key. She turned her gaze to the altar once more, her eyes locking on the symbols carved into the stone surrounding the crystal. This is it, she whispered. This is how we break the curse. The symbols, they're a map, a guide to severing the bond. Without another word, she moved toward the altar, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols. The moment she touched them, the room seemed to react. The air crackled with energy, and the heartbeat of the pyramid grew louder, faster. But Eliza didn't pull away. She focused on the symbols, aligning them in her mind, feeling the ancient magic coursing through the stone. Then with a final, desperate push, she pressed her hand firmly against the crystal. The chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. Then with a final, desperate push, she pressed her hand firmly against the crystal. The chamber erupted in a blinding flash of light. The blinding light erupted around them, blurring everything into a haze of white. Eliza's heart pounded as the pyramid seemed to come alive, its pulse overwhelming her senses. The dark power surrounding them trembled and shifted like a living thing, responding to her touch. For a moment it felt as though the very air was electrified, heavy with the promise of something ancient, powerful, and terrifying. Her fingers burned where they rested against the crystal, a searing heat that seemed to penetrate to her very bones. But Eliza held on, her resolve unshaken. She had no choice now. This was the only way. Then, as quickly as it had started, the light exploded into a wave of intense darkness. It engulfed everything: the walls, the altar, the entire chamber. For a second, Eliza thought she was going blind, but then her vision cleared, and she found herself standing in the same chamber, though something had changed. The pulse had stopped. The oppressive weight of the curse seemed to lift, but only for an instant. In its place was an eerie stillness, a quiet that sent shivers down her spine. The heartbeat had stopped, but the pyramid's hold was far from gone. "Eliza!" Kate cried, rushing toward her. "What happened? What did you do?" I don't know," Eliza stammered, shaking her head. The energy was still there, lurking beneath the surface, ready to erupt again. I think I weakened the bond. I didn't break it completely." "But you felt it, didn't you?" Samuel said, his voice trembling. "The crystal, it reacted to you. It's like it was alive. What did it want from us?" "It's not just a crystal," Eliza said, her mind still reeling. "It's the whole pyramid. Amos the Third's soul, the curse. It's all bound to this place. That's why it's so powerful. The pyramid itself is a prison, and we're the prisoners." "There has to be a way to destroy it," Alex said, his eyes flicking nervously to the altar. The crystal still glowed faintly, its dark light pulsing like a heartbeat. But there was no immediate danger. Not yet. "We're running out of time," Eliza said, taking a deep breath, trying to steady herself. The voices, the whispers, had returned. They filled the corners of her mind, scratching at her thoughts like claws. Amos the Third's presence was stronger now, more persistent. "If we don't finish this, we'll be trapped here forever. We have to find a way to sever the connection completely." She stepped forward again, her eyes fixed on the crystal. Despite the fear clawing at her, Eliza couldn't look away. There was something almost mesmerizing about it, an undeniable force drawing her closer. She had felt it the moment her fingers had touched its surface. It wasn't just a curse, it was a consciousness, a presence. Ahmose the Third's soul was still tethered to the pyramid, and through the crystal, it was reaching out to them. "Wait," Kate said, her voice low and wary. "Eliza, are you sure you want to go near that thing again?" "I have to," Eliza replied, her voice strained. "I need to understand what it's doing, how it's connected to Amosa 3. We're so close. This is the key. The crystal, the altar, it's all part of the same ritual. If we can reverse it, if we can break the binding." As she spoke, her hands slowly extended toward the crystal again. But before she could touch it, a violent shockwave rippled through the air. The chamber shook violently, and the ground beneath them trembled. The heartbeat had returned, but now it was louder, faster, more frantic. The pyramid was reacting. "No! Get away from it!" Samuel shouted, his face filled with panic. But it was too late. The crystal's glow intensified, and the walls of the pyramid seemed to collapse inward. The darkness spread, thick and suffocating, like the weight of 1,000 shadows pressing down on them. Eliza's heart raced, but her mind remained focused. She had to act now, before the pyramid consumed them all. "The symbols," Eliza whispered urgently. "The symbols on the altar, they're part of the ritual. They have to be the key to breaking the curse." With a sudden surge of determination, she turned toward the altar. She could feel the energy pulling her in, urging her to touch the symbols, to complete the ritual. But this time, she wasn't just a passive participant. She wasn't just trying to understand. She was ready to challenge it. Her fingers brushed against the first symbol, an intricate design that looked like an eye, half closed in a state of eternal sleep. As soon as her skin made contact, the pyramid's pulse surged violently. The heartbeat quickened again, and Eliza felt a jolt of energy shoot through her body. She gasped, stumbling back, but the moment her hand left the symbol, the power in the room seemed to calm, just for a moment. "Eliza, are you all right?" Kate asked, her voice trembling. "I'm fine," Eliza said through gritted teeth, "but we're running out of time. The pyramid is fighting back." She turned her attention to the next symbol, a twisting serpent coiled around a staff. This one felt different. It was ancient, its meaning lost to time. But she knew that it was part of the key. She pressed her fingers to it, and again the pyramid seemed to react violently. The walls shook, and the very air became thick with dark power. "We're too close to failing," Samuel said, his voice low and filled with desperation. "Eliza, we can't let this consume us. We need to finish it now." Eliza nodded, her heart racing. She didn't know how much longer they could hold on. The final symbol was the most intricate of all, a pair of outstretched wings symbolizing flight, freedom. She reached for it, feeling the connection in her bones. As her fingers pressed against the final symbol, the pyramid groaned, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to come from the very earth beneath them. The walls trembled, and for a moment Eliza feared the entire structure would collapse. But then, with a sudden, deafening crash, the crystal shattered. A wave of energy exploded outward, engulfing the chamber in a brilliant flash of light. The pyramid seemed to scream, a horrible, ancient wail that echoed through the tomb and beyond, reverberating through the very fabric of time. Eliza fell to the ground, her body shaking with the force of the explosion. The pyramid seemed to pulse one last time, a final, desperate beat before everything went silent. The blinding light erupted around them, blurring everything into a haze of white. Eliza's heart pounded as the pyramid seemed to come alive, its pulse overwhelming her senses. The dark power surrounding them trembled and shifted like a living thing, responding to her touch. For a moment it felt as though the very air was electrified, heavy with the promise of something ancient, powerful, and terrifying. Her fingers burned where they rested against the crystal, a searing heat that seemed to penetrate to her very bones. But Eliza held on, her resolve unshaken. She had no choice now. This was the only way. Then, as quickly as it had started, the light exploded into a wave of intense darkness. It engulfed everything: the walls, the altar, the entire chamber. For a second, Eliza thought she was going blind, but then her vision cleared, and she found herself standing in the same chamber, though something had changed. The pulse had stopped. The oppressive weight of the curse seemed to lift, but only for an instant. In its place was an eerie stillness, a quiet that sent shivers down her spine. The heartbeat had stopped, but the pyramid's hold was far from gone. "Eliza!" Kate cried, rushing toward her. "What happened? What did you do?" I don't know," Eliza stammered, shaking her head. The energy was still there, lurking beneath the surface, ready to erupt again. I think I weakened the bond. I didn't break it completely." "But you felt it, didn't you?" Samuel said, his voice trembling. "The crystal, it reacted to you. It's like it was alive. What did it want from us?" "It's not just a crystal," Eliza said, her mind still reeling. "It's the whole pyramid. Amos the Third's soul, the curse. It's all bound to this place. That's why it's so powerful. The pyramid itself is a prison, and we're the prisoners." "There has to be a way to destroy it," Alex said, his eyes flicking nervously to the altar. The crystal still glowed faintly, its dark light pulsing like a heartbeat. But there was no immediate danger. Not yet. "We're running out of time," Eliza said, taking a deep breath, trying to steady herself. The voices, the whispers, had returned. They filled the corners of her mind, scratching at her thoughts like claws. Ahmose III's presence was stronger now, more persistent. If we don't finish this, we'll be trapped here forever. We have to find a way to sever the connection completely. She stepped forward again, her eyes fixed on the crystal. Despite the fear clawing at her, Eliza couldn't look away. There was something almost mesmerizing about it, an undeniable force drawing her closer. She had felt it the moment her fingers had touched its surface. It wasn't just a curse, it was a consciousness, a presence. Ahmose III's soul was still tethered to the pyramid, and through the crystal, it was reaching out to them. "Wait," Kate said, her voice low and wary. "Eliza, are you sure you want to go near that thing again?" "I have to," Eliza replied, her voice strained. "I need to understand what it's doing, how it's connected to Ahmose III. We're so close. This is the key. The crystal, the altar, it's all part of the same ritual. If we can reverse it, if we can break the binding." As she spoke, her hands slowly extended toward the crystal again. But before she could touch it, a violent shock wave rippled through the air. The chamber shook violently, and the ground beneath them trembled. The heartbeat had returned, but now it was louder, faster, more frantic. The pyramid was reacting. "No! Get away from it!" Samuel shouted, his face filled with panic. But it was too late. The crystal's glow intensified, and the walls of the pyramid seemed to collapse inward. The darkness spread, thick and suffocating, like the weight of 1,000 shadows pressing down on them. Eliza's heart raced, but her mind remained focused. She had to act now, before the pyramid consumed them all. "The symbols," Eliza whispered urgently. "The symbols on the altar, they're part of the ritual. They have to be the key to breaking the curse." With a sudden surge of determination, she turned toward the altar. She could feel the energy pulling her in, urging her to touch the symbols, to complete the ritual. But this time, she wasn't just a passive participant. She wasn't just trying to understand. She was ready to challenge it. Her fingers brushed against the first symbol, an intricate design that looked like an eye, half closed in a state of eternal sleep. As soon as her skin made contact, the pyramid's pulse surged violently. The heartbeat quickened again, and Eliza felt a jolt of energy shoot through her body. She gasped, stumbling back, but the moment her hand left the symbol, the power in the room seemed to calm, just for a moment. "Eliza, are you all right?" Kate asked, her voice trembling. "I'm fine," Eliza said through gritted teeth, "but we're running out of time. The pyramid is fighting back." She turned her attention to the next symbol, a twisting serpent coiled around a staff. This one felt different. It was ancient, its meaning lost to time. But she knew that it was part of the key. She pressed her fingers to it, and again the pyramid seemed to react violently. The walls shook, and the very air became thick with dark power. "We're too close to failing," Samuel said, his voice low and filled with desperation. "Eliza, we can't let this consume us. We need to finish it now." Eliza nodded, her heart racing. She didn't know how much longer they could hold on. The final symbol was the most intricate of all, a pair of outstretched wings symbolizing flight, freedom. She reached for it, feeling the connection in her bones. As her fingers pressed against the final symbol, the pyramid groaned, a deep, resonating sound that seemed to come from the very earth beneath them. The walls trembled, and for a moment Eliza feared the entire structure would collapse. But then, with a sudden, deafening crash, the crystal shattered. A wave of energy exploded outward, engulfing the chamber in a brilliant flash of light. The pyramid seemed to scream, a horrible, ancient wail that echoed through the tomb and beyond, reverberating through the very fabric of time. Eliza fell to the ground, her body shaking with the force of the explosion. The pyramid seemed to pulse one last time, a final, desperate beat before everything went silent. The air was thick with silence. Eliza lay on the cold, trembling stone floor, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath. The blinding light that had erupted from the shattered crystal had faded, leaving only a dim, oppressive glow that cast long shadows across the chamber. The pulse of the pyramid, the terrible, unrelenting heartbeat that had filled the air for what felt like an eternity, had ceased. The curse was broken, but the pyramid was not yet done with them. The echoes of the pyramid's final wail still vibrated in the stone, its ancient lament hanging in the air like the remnants of a storm. It was as though the very walls of the tomb mourned the loss of its cursed power, and yet there was an eerie calm that followed in the wake of the destruction. "Eliza!" Kate's voice broke through the haze, sharp and frantic. "Are you all right?" With great effort, Eliza pushed herself to her hands and knees, her body aching from the force of the blast. The room around her was still, but her mind was reeling. The pyramid had unleashed something deep within, a last attempt to protect its dark secret, but now the soul of Amos III was no longer bound to the crystal. His curse had been broken. I'm fine," Eliza gasped, forcing herself to her feet. "But we need to get out of here. Now!" The others were moving slowly, recovering from the blast. Samuel was already on his feet, scanning the chamber with wide eyes, while Alex was crouched beside Kate, helping her up. Their faces were pale, and their eyes filled with disbelief. They had come so close to being consumed by the pyramid's curse, and yet they were still standing. "What the hell just happened?" Samuel muttered, his voice tinged with both awe and fear. "I can't believe we survived that." "We have to leave," Eliza said firmly, wiping blood from a cut on her forehead. "The pyramid is weakening, but it's not gone. It will collapse. This whole tomb will come down. We have to get out before it does." The weight of her words hung heavily in the air. The pyramid was not a place meant to be disturbed. The curse had been the tomb's final defense, but with the crystal shattered, the structure itself was now unstable. The very foundation of the pyramid was beginning to crumble. "How do we even get out of here?" Kate asked, her voice filled with dread. "We don't know the way. We could be lost forever in these tunnels." "We have to trust our instincts," Eliza said, her eyes scanning the chamber for the narrow passage they had used to enter. "We came in from that direction, and we'll have to make our way back the same way. But we need to move fast." Without waiting for further discussion, Eliza led the group toward the passage, her heart racing. The walls of the pyramid groaned ominously behind them, and the ground beneath their feet trembled with each step. It was as if the tomb was aware of their presence and furious at their escape. "Come on," Eliza urged, her voice strained with urgency. "Move!" The narrow tunnel stretched ahead of them, dark and claustrophobic, but it was their only way out. The air in the passage was thick with dust, the smell of age and decay hanging in the stagnant air. The stone beneath their feet was slick with moisture, and the walls seemed to close in as they hurried through the maze of passages, their footsteps echoing off the walls. "We're not going to make it," Kate gasped, her breath coming in ragged bursts. "We're trapped." "We are not trapped," Eliza snapped, turning to look at her. "Keep moving. We're almost there." The sound of the pyramid's collapse echoed behind them, the ground shaking more violently now as the stone walls of the tomb cracked and shifted. Eliza could feel the vibrations in her bones, a low rumble that seemed to promise the end of the ancient structure. They had to make it out, or they would be buried alive in this forgotten place. "Eliza," Samuel said, his voice tight with panic. "Where is the exit? We can't just keep running." "I don't know," Eliza admitted, her voice low, "but we have to find it now." The rumbling grew louder, and the air seemed to grow heavier, more suffocating. The walls cracked again, sending pieces of stone tumbling down around them. Dust filled the air, choking their breaths as they ran faster, the tunnel narrowing even further. Every step felt like an eternity as they moved through the labyrinth of corridors, their once clear path now shrouded in confusion. Suddenly ahead of them, the tunnel opened up into a vast chamber, far larger than any they had passed through before. The walls were lined with ancient carvings and murals, depicting scenes of life and death, gods and pharaohs. The chamber was empty, save for a single stone doorway on the far side. "Eliza!" Kate shouted, pointing toward the doorway. "There's an exit!" Eliza's heart leapt with hope. The doorway was their escape, their only way out. But just as she started toward it, the ground beneath them shook once more. The pyramid's collapse was imminent, and they could feel it in the very air. They had no time to lose. "Go!" Eliza screamed, pushing forward with all her strength. The others followed, their feet pounding the stone floor as they rushed toward the doorway. As they neared the exit, the pyramid seemed to roar in fury behind them. The walls of the chamber cracked open, releasing torrents of dust and falling stone. The very foundation of the tomb was crumbling beneath their feet. With one last burst of energy, they reached the doorway. Eliza was the first to stumble through, gasping for air as she stepped into the sunlight. The air outside was cool and fresh, a stark contrast to the oppressive heat of the tomb. The others followed, stumbling into the light, their faces drawn and pale from the ordeal they had just survived. But they were free. The pyramid behind them trembled one last time before a deafening roar filled the air. Then, with a final, resounding crash, the ancient tomb collapsed upon itself, the sound of falling stone echoing through the desert. Eliza looked back, her breath catching in her throat. The pyramid was no more. The curse had been broken, and the darkness that had held it in its grip for centuries was finally gone. But despite their victory, there was an emptiness that lingered in the air. Ahmose the third soul was freed, but at what cost? The pyramid had claimed the lives of so many before them, and it would likely continue to claim more, long after they were gone. They had escaped, but they had not escaped unscathed. And the mysteries of the lost pyramid, the secrets of a forgotten pharaoh, would linger forever in the shadows of history. The desert stretched out before them, endless and silent, as though it had swallowed the pyramid and everything it contained into its vast, shifting sands. The team stood in the fading light of day, their bodies battered and broken from the ordeal. The sun was sinking below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape as they looked back at the spot where the pyramid once stood. Now only the faintest hint of dust remained in the air, the tomb's final breath fading into the wind. Eliza felt a strange mix of relief and sadness. They had escaped, yes, but at what cost? The knowledge they had uncovered, the dark secrets of Ahmose III, the curse, the power of the pyramid, would never leave them. Even now, as the night slowly encroached upon them, she felt a lingering pull, a connection to the past, as though the tomb's spirit still reached out to them from beneath the sands. The others were quiet, their faces pale with exhaustion, their minds still reeling from the cataclysmic events they had witnessed. They had ventured into the unknown, faced dangers beyond imagination, and broken an ancient curse. But the burden of what they had uncovered, the weight of the pyramid's power, was something none of them could easily shake. "We're free," Kate said softly, her voice distant. "But we're not the same, are we?" Eliza didn't answer right away. She understood Kate's sentiment completely. The events that had unfolded in the pyramid had changed them all, but it wasn't just the physical toll. It was the knowledge, the truth they had uncovered, the understanding of the forces that lay hidden beneath the surface of history. They had survived, yes, but they had also touched something far beyond their comprehension, something that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. "We're not," Eliza said finally, her voice quiet but firm. "But we'll survive. We have to." There was a long silence between them as they all stood in the twilight of the desert, each one lost in their thoughts. Eliza knew that they had made it out alive, but they had paid a price for that survival. They had uncovered the secrets of a forgotten pharaoh, and in doing so had uncovered a darkness that would never truly be extinguished. It was part of them now, etched into their minds, their hearts, their very souls. "I'm not sure I'll ever forget what we saw in there," Samuel said, his voice distant. "Ahmose the third soul, the power of the curse. It was too much, too overwhelming." "I don't think any of us will forget," Eliza replied softly, her eyes still focused on the horizon. "But we have to move forward. We can't let it consume us." The last light of day faded, and the stars began to twinkle above, vast and endless in the darkening sky. It was a quiet, peaceful night, the kind that could lull a person into thinking that everything was normal, that the horrors of the past were nothing but a distant memory. But Eliza knew better. The world was full of forgotten things, buried beneath layers of time, and some secrets should never be uncovered. "Do you think the curse is really over?" Alex asked, his voice uncertain. "I mean, the pyramid's gone, but—" Eliza looked at him, her eyes steady, but her heart heavy with the weight of the question. "The curse may be broken, but the memory of it will never fade. Ahmose the Third's spirit is free, but his story, his legacy, it lives on. It always will." The wind stirred across the desert, a soft, whispering breeze that carried with it the scent of earth and sand. It was as if the desert itself was breathing, alive and aware, and Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that they had just been a small part of something far greater, something far older than they could ever understand. "We should go back," Kate said quietly, her voice breaking through the silence. "We've seen enough." Eliza nodded, feeling the same pull. The journey was over, but it was not the end. There were more stories, more mysteries buried beneath the sands, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek them. The curse of the lost pyramid was broken, but the world still held many secrets. "We'll go back," Eliza said, "but there will always be more questions, and we'll never stop looking for answers." They turned their backs to the desert, the towering, empty space where the pyramid had once stood. Together they made their way back to the distant lights of the camp, leaving the shadows of the past behind them. But Eliza knew that some shadows would follow them, no matter how far they went. The last secret of the lost pyramid was not a treasure or a relic. It was a truth that would forever remain hidden in the sands of time. And perhaps that was the greatest secret of all, the one that would never truly be revealed. Months had passed since the destruction of the lost pyramid, yet the desert still lingered in their minds like a haunting presence. Eliza had returned to her quiet life, but nothing felt the same. The world had changed around her, and in the quiet corners of her home, the memories of the pyramid's horrors would not let go. The others had scattered, each trying to move on with their lives, but the bond they shared had been irrevocably altered. Kate had returned to her academic studies, but her passion for archaeology had shifted. The thrill of discovery no longer felt innocent to her. Samuel had taken a leave of absence from his work as an expert on ancient languages, opting for solitude as he processed the events that had unraveled before him. Alex, ever the skeptic, had vanished without a trace, his disappearance as mysterious as the pyramid's own secrets. But for Eliza, the pull was too strong. The knowledge they had uncovered, the curse they had broken, had opened a door that could never be closed. The past whispered to her, its ancient secrets and forbidden knowledge, reaching out with cold, unseen hands. One evening as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the world in the shades of amber and violet, Eliza found herself standing on the balcony of her apartment, staring out at the city's lights. Her fingers brushed the worn pages of her notebook, the one she had kept during their expedition. Her notes had been scattered, lost in the chaos of their escape, but one entry remained intact, an entry that still haunted her. It was a passage she had written after their last encounter with the pyramid, a fragment of a story she had pieced together from the murals inside the tomb. It had lingered in her mind ever since, the part of the puzzle that refused to make sense. And so it is written, the tomb of the forgotten pharaoh will one day rise again, when the stars align and the blood of the cursed flows once more. Only then shall the true heir claim what is his by divine right. The curse will return, and with it, a new reign will begin. Eliza's fingers trembled as she read the words again, the ink blurring in her vision. The tomb had been destroyed. Ahmose III's curse had been broken. But this was something more. The faintest echo of a sound interrupted her thoughts. A knock at the door. Her heart skipped a beat. Eliza? She turned, and there, standing in the doorway, was Kate. Her eyes were tired, the weight of months of unresolved tension visible in her posture. But there was something else in her gaze, something that made Eliza's pulse quicken, a mixture of fear and determination. I couldn't stay away, Kate said softly, stepping into the room. I had to see you. We need to talk. Eliza nodded, closing the notebook and setting it aside. What's going on? You look like you've seen a ghost. I think I have, Kate replied, her voice trembling. I've been getting messages, strange dreams. There's something happening. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks after everything we went through. But I'm not the only one. Eliza frowned. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I've been researching. There's more than we ever uncovered in the pyramid. Kate's voice dropped to a whisper. Ahmose III wasn't the first. He wasn't the only one. There were others, other pharaohs, other tombs that have been disturbed in the same way. And now the curse is spreading. A chill ran down Eliza's spine. You're saying it's not over? No, it's just beginning, Kate said, her eyes wide with fear. The bloodline, the curse, it's still alive. It's reaching out to those who disturbed it. And those who seek it, they're being drawn back into the darkness. Before Eliza could respond, the sound of a phone ringing cut through the tension. It was a number she didn't recognize, but instinctively, she reached for it. Eliza, a voice on the other end said, a voice she recognized from long ago. Yet it sounded different now, more urgent, more desperate. It's Samuel. You need to come to me. Now, it's happening. They're coming for us. The call ended abruptly, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. Eliza looked at Kate, her heart pounding. Samuel, what's going on? We have to go, Kate said, her voice tight with urgency. There's more to this than we realized. The curse isn't just a story, it's a prophecy, and the time has come for it to fulfill itself. The words echoed in Eliza's mind as they rushed out the door. The curse of the lost pyramid had never truly ended. It had merely been waiting, lying dormant, until the moment when the bloodline, the true heir, would rise again. And now that moment had arrived. The night air was thick with tension as Eliza and Kate sped through the quiet streets towards Samuel's location. The urgency of the situation weighed heavily on their shoulders, each turn of the wheel taking them deeper into a mystery they hadn't fully understood. The city lights blurred past them, but Eliza's mind was far from the present, lost instead in the echoes of the past, the secrets they had uncovered, and the prophecy Kate had spoken of. Samuel's voice, trembling with fear, replayed in her mind. "They're coming for us." Who was he talking about? What had he discovered that they had missed? Kate sat beside her, eyes fixed ahead, but Eliza could feel the tension radiating from her. The same anxiety they had all felt during their darkest moments in the pyramid. There was a knowing look in Kate's eyes, as if she had already pieced together parts of the puzzle that Eliza was still struggling to understand. "It's all connected," Kate said, breaking the silence in the car. "We were just scratching the surface. Ahmose the Third wasn't the only one buried with such power. There's a lineage, a bloodline that stretches across the centuries. Each pharaoh, each ruler, left behind a trace of their essence, something ancient." Eliza glanced at Kate, trying to understand. "You're saying there are others? Pharaohs whose tombs have been disturbed in the same way?" Kate nodded, her expression darkening. "Yes, and now the balance is shifting. The curse has always been part of the bloodline, and disturbing the tombs has awakened it. The heir, the one foretold to rise, has been triggered. I don't know how, but Samuel, he found something. He believes it's coming." The car jolted as it sped over the cobbled streets, its headlights illuminating the path ahead. The city, once so familiar, now felt distant, as though it were merely a backdrop to the real drama unfolding beneath their feet. The phone call with Samuel had been brief, his voice frantic. "Eliza, Kate, it's happening. You need to get here now. I don't know how much time we have left." They reached the outskirts of the city, where the buildings began to thin out, and the dark silhouette of Samuel's house loomed ahead. It was an isolated place, far enough from the noise of the city, but tonight it felt like a tomb. Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that they were walking straight into the heart of something far older and more dangerous than they could comprehend. When they arrived at Samuel's doorstep, the silence was almost unbearable. They knocked. No answer. Kate's hand clenched into a fist, her knuckles white, but Eliza was the first to push the door open. It creaked in protest, and the faint scent of dust and old books filled the air. "Oh, Samuel," Eliza called, stepping inside. The dim light of the living room revealed books scattered across the floor, papers strewn haphazardly over the furniture. It was chaos, but it was also familiar. This was Samuel's domain, his sanctuary, his research, his discoveries, his obsessions. "Eliza! Kate!" Samuel's voice came from the hallway, weak, strained. They followed the sound, heartbeats quickening, until they found him, sitting in front of a wall covered with old maps, photographs, and scribbled notes. His face was gaunt, his eyes wide with an unsettling, feverish intensity. "Samuel?" Kate's voice was shaky. "What happened? What did you find?" He looked up, and for a moment Eliza could barely recognize him. The man they had known, calm, collected, was now a shell, as though something had drained the life out of him. "It's not just a curse," Samuel whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's a ritual, a bloodline, an heir, and they're coming for us." He reached for a map pinned to the wall, his fingers trembling as he pointed to a location deep in the desert, near where the lost pyramid had once stood. "This is where it all began. The power, it's not just buried, it's waiting. The tombs were never meant to remain sealed. The bloodline must be fulfilled. The air is calling. Kate stepped forward, her gaze intense. The air? You mean the one mentioned in the prophecy? The one who will rise again? Samuel nodded. Yes, but it's worse than we thought. The air isn't just a person. It's a force, a manifestation of power that was meant to bring the world under the control of the pharaohs once again. We've disrupted something that we can't undo. Eliza felt her chest tighten as the weight of his words sank in. The curse was no longer just a threat to them. It was a force that could reshape the world. Then how do we stop it? Eliza asked, the desperation creeping into her voice. Samuel's eyes darted between the maps, his face pale. I don't know, but I found something. Something ancient, hidden in the text. A way to sever the bloodline, to stop the air from rising. Kate's brow furrowed. How? What's the catch? There's always a price, Samuel said with a grim smile. The ritual can only be performed by one who carries the blood of the original pharaohs. The one who awakens the curse must be the one to put it to rest. Eliza's heart stopped. You're saying one of us has to do it? Yes, Samuel replied, his voice heavy with resignation. But there's more. The air isn't just a figure of myth. They're alive, and they're already here searching for the one who can complete the ritual. They're not just seeking power, they're seeking revenge. And once they find the chosen one, there will be no stopping them. The air in the room grew thick, and Eliza's pulse quickened. The world they thought they understood was slipping away, replaced by an ancient and terrifying truth. There was no escaping what they had uncovered, no undoing the chain of events they had set in motion. Suddenly, a loud crash from outside the house shattered the moment. It was the unmistakable sound of something or someone approaching. They're here, Samuel whispered, his eyes wide with terror. The door slammed open, and shadows spilled into the room. Eliza felt her breath catch in her throat as figures, draped in dark cloaks, stepped into the doorway. Their eyes gleamed with an unnatural light, and in the silence the chilling realization struck her. The air had come. The air crackled with tension as the cloaked figures stepped over the threshold, their presence filling the room with an unnatural cold. Eliza's heart raced, her eyes darting from Samuel's frightened expression to Kate's frozen stance beside her. The figures didn't speak. They didn't need to. Their eyes, pale, unblinking, were filled with an ancient knowledge, an unspoken understanding of the curse that had been unleashed. They were the heirs, the true rulers of the tombs, and they had come to claim what was theirs. Eliza, Samuel whispered, his voice shaking. It's begun. The heir, he is one of them. The realization hit Eliza like a punch to the gut. The heir was not just a title. It was a title passed down through generations, embodied in these figures, each one carrying the weight of the pharaohs who had once ruled Egypt with an iron fist. They were the living vessels of the ancient power, the very curse that had been awakened. One of the figures stepped forward, their face obscured by the deep folds of their cloak. Their presence was commanding, the air around them vibrating with a force that seemed to reach into the very depths of Eliza's soul. You are the ones who disturbed what should never have been disturbed. The figure spoke, its voice low and resonant, like the echo of thunder across a forgotten desert. The curse was never meant to be broken. But now it has begun again. Eliza stood frozen, her mind racing. The air, the prophecy Kate had spoken of, the bloodline, these were the ones who had been chosen to rule. But for what purpose? Kate's voice was hoarse, but defiant. We didn't mean to awaken it. We didn't know. The figure's head tilted slightly, and for a moment Eliza thought she saw a flicker of something, perhaps recognition in their eyes. It was gone in an instant, replaced by an expression of cold indifference. "You were warned," the figure said, "and now you must face the consequences." As the figure raised a hand, the room seemed to darken. The shadows deepened, swirling around them like smoke. The temperature dropped further, and Eliza could see her breath fogging in the cold air. "Samuel," Kate murmured, her voice trembling. "What do we do now?" Samuel's face had gone pale, his lips quivering as he tried to speak. There's nothing we can do. We've unleashed it." "Eliza," the cloaked figure suddenly spoke directly to her, its gaze piercing through her. "The bloodline is incomplete. The ritual must be finished. You are the one who awakened it, and now you must finish what you started." Eliza's pulse quickened. "What do you mean? I don't understand." "The blood of the Pharaohs runs in your veins," the figure intoned, its voice growing colder, more commanding. "You are the key. You are the chosen one." Eliza recoiled, her mind reeling. "The blood of the Pharaohs?" Her hands trembled as she felt a rush of adrenaline, her thoughts scrambling to make sense of what the figure had said. She wasn't royalty. She didn't have ancient blood coursing through her veins. She was just a researcher, an archaeologist who had stumbled upon something she didn't understand. "No," Eliza said, shaking her head in disbelief. "You're wrong." The figure stepped closer, its presence oppressive. "The bloodline is a lie. It was hidden, buried, forgotten. But it lives within you. You were chosen long ago to complete the ritual, to bring the curse to its final form." Kate took a step forward, her voice urgent. "Eliza, don't listen to them. This is all part of their game. They're trying to manipulate you." Samuel nodded, his hands trembling. "We need to stop this, all of it. We need to break the cycle, not let it complete itself." But the figure did not listen. It raised his hand again, and suddenly the room began to shift. The walls of Samuel's house seemed to blur, dissolving into a misty void. The shadows around them thickened, twisting like living things. The air was dense with the power of the curse, and Eliza could feel it, wrapping around her like an unseen force. The cloaked figure's voice echoed in her mind. "You are the heir. You must fulfill your destiny." "No!" Eliza gasped, her breath shallow. "I don't want this. I didn't choose this." "You have no choice," the figure replied, its voice like the whisper of 1,000 ages. "The blood is awake. The ritual must be completed, or the curse will consume everything." With a sudden, blinding flash of light, the room collapsed around them. Eliza felt herself falling, the ground beneath her vanishing as the world turned into a swirl of colors and sounds. And then, darkness. When Eliza regained her senses, she was no longer in Samuel's house. The air was different, thick, suffocating, and warm. The ground beneath her was sand. She stood up slowly, her head spinning as she tried to get her bearings. The landscape was alien, vast, barren, and desolate. The only sound was the wind howling through the endless dunes of sand, the sun setting in the distance. And then she saw it, a figure standing on a distant hill, its silhouette black against the fading light. The figure turned, revealing a face she knew all too well. It was her. No, it wasn't her. It was the heir, the one who had risen from the bloodline. "Eliza," the figure spoke, its voice echoing across the desert. "It's time. Your time." The wind howled again, and the desert stretched endlessly before her. The curse had come full circle, and Eliza knew she had no choice but to confront it. The desert stretched out before Eliza, an endless sea of golden sand under the fading light of the sun. Her mind was still reeling from the inexplicable shift in reality. The sudden collapse of Samuel's house, the blinding flash, the inexplicable journey to this alien place. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her breath came in short, shallow gasps. She had no idea how she had arrived here, but one thing was certain. She was no longer in the world she knew. She was in the heart of the curse itself. The figure on the distant hill was still watching her, unmoving. As Eliza's feet sank into the sand with each step, she felt an unnatural weight pressing down on her shoulders. The curse, the bloodline, the ritual, it was all so much to take in, but one truth stood clear. She had been chosen. The air had risen, and Eliza had unknowingly set the wheels of fate into motion. The figure slowly began to move toward her, its silhouette becoming clearer with each passing second. Eliza's stomach twisted in fear as she finally saw its face. It was her face, her eyes, her features, only colder, sharper, as if carved from the very stone of Egypt. The air was her, a reflection of herself, an ancient being born from the same bloodline that had ruled the pharaohs of old. "Eliza," the air spoke, and her voice was like an echo from the depths of history, a whisper that seemed to carry the weight of centuries. "You have come to claim your birthright." Eliza stood frozen, her pulse quickening. "What are you? What is this place?" The air smiled, a slow, haunting smile that sent a chill down Eliza's spine. "This is the land where it all began, where the bloodline of the pharaohs was born. The very sands beneath your feet are soaked in the power that has been passed down for generations. You are a part of it. You always have been." Eliza shook her head, her thoughts racing. "No, I'm not. I'm not like you. I'm just an archaeologist. I found the tombs. I didn't." "You didn't have to," the air interrupted, her voice cutting through the desert wind. "The blood has always been inside you, and now it is awake. You are the one who has awakened the curse. You are the one who must complete the ritual." Eliza stepped back, her eyes wide with fear. "I don't understand. I didn't want this. I didn't choose any of this." The air's smile deepened, a cold glint in her eyes. "None of us choose our destinies, Eliza. The bloodline chooses us. You were always meant to fulfill this role. You are the key to the curse, the one who can either destroy it or bring about the rise of a new empire. The pharaohs are calling you." Eliza felt her knees weaken, and she sank to the sand, her hands trembling. How could she be part of this? The ancient rulers, the ones whose tombs she had spent years studying, whose artifacts she had unearthed. They had ruled with absolute power, their bloodlines bound to the earth, to the gods themselves. And now she was part of that legacy. "You don't have to do this, Eliza," the air continued, her voice both soothing and commanding. "But you will, because you must." Eliza's heart pounded in her chest, the weight of her choices pressing down on her. The air's words felt like an inevitability. Was there really no way out of this? Was she truly destined to complete the ritual, to become a part of this ancient power, to awaken a curse that had been buried for millennia? "No," Eliza whispered, shaking her head. "I can't." The air's expression grew more serious, her gaze locking onto Eliza's with an intensity that felt as though it could pierce through her very soul. "You have no choice. The curse is already upon you. The ritual has begun. If you do not complete it, everything will be lost. The world will be swallowed by the darkness that has been waiting for you." Eliza closed her eyes, her hands clenched into fists. She didn't want this. She didn't want to be a part of this bloodline, this curse. But the more she resisted, the more the weight of it seemed to close in around her, like a heavy storm cloud that could not be avoided. Please, Eliza whispered, desperation in her voice. There has to be another way. The heir's gaze softened, but only slightly. There is always another way, but it requires sacrifice. The bloodline demands it. If you choose to fight the curse, to refuse the ritual, you will pay the price. The bloodline will find another, and it will be far worse than you could ever imagine. Suddenly, the ground beneath Eliza's feet began to tremble, the sand shifting and swirling as if the very earth itself was alive. She looked up in terror as a dark, swirling vortex appeared before her, pulling at her like a magnetic force. The heir stepped back, a look of satisfaction on her face. The ritual has already begun. You cannot stop it. You must join with the bloodline or face the consequences. Eliza's breath caught in her throat as the vortex deepened, the sands around her rising in spirals. She could feel it, the power, the ancient force that had been unleashed, and now it was calling her. It was calling her to complete what had been started, to fulfill the legacy of the Pharaohs. But Eliza couldn't bring herself to accept it. She had spent her life studying history, uncovering the past, but this was more than she could bear. She was not meant to be a ruler, not meant to carry the weight of a curse that spanned millennia. And yet the vortex grew stronger, the pull almost unbearable. She could feel her body moving toward it, as if her very soul was being dragged into the depths of the curse. With a sudden burst of clarity, Eliza made a choice. She could not accept this fate. She could not become a part of this ancient, destructive bloodline. No, Eliza shouted, her voice ringing out over the howling wind. I refuse. I will not be part of this curse. The heir's expression faltered for a moment, and for the first time Eliza saw something like uncertainty in her eyes. The vortex trembled, and the sand around them swirled violently. The heir spoke again, her voice quieter this time. You cannot run from destiny, Eliza. It is in your blood. Eliza closed her eyes and steeled herself. She had one chance. She had to sever the connection. She had to find a way to break the curse once and for all. With a final, defiant breath, Eliza stepped forward, into the heart of the storm, determined to rewrite her own fate. The vortex roared, the wind howling around Eliza like a living creature, as if the very desert itself was trying to consume her. The heir's presence loomed over her, their cold, ancient gaze locked onto Eliza with an intensity that sent a shiver down her spine. The air was thick with power, the curse pressing in from all sides. But Eliza's defiance burned brighter than ever. I will not be your pawn, she said through gritted teeth, her voice stronger now, cutting through the storm of sand and magic that threatened to swallow her. The heir's eyes narrowed, the faintest flicker of anger passing over their face. You cannot escape this, Eliza. The bloodline calls to you. The curse demands completion. Eliza's chest tightened as the wind surged around her, the very earth beneath her feet cracking and shifting. She felt the weight of the ancient power trying to draw her in, urging her to yield, to accept the inevitable. But she refused. She couldn't allow herself to become another tool of a curse that had already ravaged too much of the world. I won't do it, Eliza said again, more forcefully this time, planting her feet into the shifting sands. I won't fulfill this cursed destiny. The heir took a step forward, their dark cloaks swirling like the desert storm around them. You have no choice, Eliza. The ritual is in motion. You were born for this, whether you accept it or not. The bloodline is not just a curse. It is the key to power beyond your understanding. You will lead the Pharaohs once more. You will rise. A pulse of energy surged through Eliza's veins, and for a moment she thought she could feel the ancient power of the Pharaohs rushing through her body, as if the blood of kings and queens long dead was calling to her, pulling at her soul. It was intoxicating, like a whisper from the gods themselves. The promise of power, of immortality, was within her grasp. But Eliza recoiled, fighting against the overwhelming pull. The very air around her seemed to hum with dark energy, trying to break her resolve. Power beyond your understanding. The words echoed in her mind, tempting, but she knew that such power came at a cost. The air's expression softened, almost pitying. You are weak, Eliza. You fear what you cannot control, but the bloodline will never release you, not until you've fulfilled your purpose. I'm not like you, Eliza spat, her voice defiant. I won't become a tyrant. I won't use this power to control people's lives. I won't repeat the mistakes of those who came before me. The air's lips curled into a cruel smile, and they raised their hand, gesturing toward the desert sands. You think you have a choice? You think defiance will save you? You have awakened the curse, and now it will claim what it is owed. The ritual demands blood, and you will give it. The air crackled with energy as the sand beneath Eliza's feet rose in a swirling, violent storm. She stumbled back, her heart pounding in her chest. The world around her was beginning to warp, the desert shifting into a nightmare of shadows and whispers. The curse was closing in on her. Suddenly a voice, faint at first but growing louder, echoed in Eliza's mind. Eliza, you must remember who you are. The power they offer. It is not your destiny. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. The voice was familiar. It was the voice of the past, the voice of those who had come before her. She clenched her fists, feeling the surge of energy in her blood. The pharaohs were trying to claim her, but she was not theirs to control. I won't give in, she whispered, her voice filled with resolve. I won't let the curse consume me. The air's eyes flashed with fury, and they lifted both hands to the sky. The ground trembled violently, and the air was filled with the sound of cracking earth and distant thunder. The ritual was reaching its peak, and Eliza could feel the pressure building inside her, threatening to tear her apart. But she stood her ground. Eliza, you do not understand what you are doing, the air hissed, their voice sharp like a blade. You will destroy everything if you resist. You cannot escape what is in your blood. But Eliza knew deep in her heart that this was her only chance. She closed her eyes and let out a slow, steady breath, focusing on the voice that had spoken to her from the depths of history. It was the voice of the pharaohs who had sought to change the world, who had tried to wield their power for their own gain, and she would not repeat their mistakes. Eliza, the voice echoed again, you are more than just the bloodline. You are the key to breaking the curse. The power within you is not a chain. It is a weapon. Use it to destroy the curse, not to become its master. With a surge of determination, Eliza reached out, letting her fingers touch the sand beneath her. She felt the pulse of energy that had been building within her, an ancient force both terrifying and powerful. But she did not let it control her. She was not the air. She was something more. She could feel the curse fighting back, clawing at her, trying to force her to accept it. But Eliza pushed forward. She could feel the strength of the bloodline coursing through her, but now she was directing it, shaping it to her will. She was not a puppet of the past. She was the one who would shape the future. With a final, determined breath, Eliza focused all of her willpower into one single thought. I am free. The storm around her suddenly stopped, the swirling sand falling back to the ground, as if the desert itself had paused in disbelief. The air cleared, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, Eliza felt the weight of the curse lift from her shoulders. The air stood before her, their face contorted with rage and disbelief. "You dare defy me?" they spat, their voice low and threatening. "I dare," Eliza said, her voice firm and unwavering, "because I choose my own fate." The desert fell silent. The ancient power that had threatened to consume her was now subdued, and Eliza stood alone, her breath steady but her heart racing. She had defied destiny, but she knew that this was just the beginning. The curse had been quelled, but it had not been destroyed. The battle for the future was far from over. "Eliza," the air began, their voice a soft whisper now. "You will regret this. The bloodline will not be so easily silenced. The curse will find a way." But Eliza didn't flinch. She was ready. Whatever came next, she would face it with everything she had. She had broken the curse, but now she had to ensure it would never rise again. The air disappeared into the desert wind, their figure vanishing into the darkness. Eliza stood alone, the desert stretching endlessly before her. The sun had set completely, leaving the world bathed in the eerie glow of the moon. And in the distance she could feel the shifting sands, as though something was watching her from the shadows. The curse had been momentarily defeated, but Eliza knew that it was far from over. The true battle had just begun. The night stretched long over the desert, an endless abyss of black and silver beneath the moon. Eliza stood alone, her body trembling from the exertion of her defiance. The curse had momentarily relented, but the air was thick with an unsettling silence. The land felt dormant, like a predator lying in wait, its eyes fixed on her every move. She knew she hadn't broken free entirely. The curse would return, and when it did, it would be stronger than before. As the wind died down and the desert returned to its eerie stillness, Eliza took a slow, measured breath, her mind spinning with the consequences of her actions. She had refused to accept the fate of the bloodline, but now she wondered if that defiance had merely been a spark in the dark, a brief moment of resistance before the storm that was coming for her. She could feel the weight of the ancient power that had surged within her, still lingering beneath her skin. It wasn't gone, not entirely. It had been buried deeper, suppressed, but it was still there, waiting to rise again. She clenched her fists, trying to steady herself. Suddenly a chill swept over her, colder than any desert night should be. Her breath hitched in her throat as she spun around, every instinct screaming that something was wrong. Out of the darkness a shape emerged, shifting, twisting, as though it were part of the shadows themselves. The figure was tall, draped in dark robes that seemed to absorb the moonlight. As it moved, the air thickened with an oppressive, unnatural weight, like the world itself had drawn in a breath. "Eliza!" A deep voice spoke, carrying the weight of centuries in its tone. It was not the air's voice, but something darker, more ancient. The words echoed in her mind, their meaning resonating like a dark prophecy. "You cannot escape the curse." The figure stepped closer, its presence overwhelming. Eliza's heart skipped a beat as the shadows around the figure seemed to grow, extending like tendrils reaching toward her. There was a power here, a dark power that made her knees feel weak. She wanted to run, but her feet were rooted to the spot. "You defied the bloodline," the figure continued, its voice growing more insistent, "and for that, you will pay." Eliza swallowed hard, her body tensing as the figure came closer. Its eyes gleamed with an unsettling red glow, two orbs of fire in the dark. The figure lifted a hand, and Eliza felt the air around her grow even colder. It was as though the night itself had turned against her, wrapping around her like a vice. "I've broken the curse," she said, forcing herself to speak, though her voice trembled. I've rejected it. You're nothing but a shadow. You have no power over me. The figure chuckled, the sound dark and hollow. You think you've defeated us? You've only delayed the inevitable. The bloodline cannot be denied. The curse cannot be destroyed. Eliza gritted her teeth, the anger rising inside her again. She had felt the curse surging in her veins, yes, but she had not let it consume her. She would not let it win. You don't understand, the figure continued, its voice like ice scraping against stone. The bloodline is eternal. It will live on, even if the living heir is gone. There will always be another. And if the heir refuses their birthright, the curse will find another way. A flicker of realization hit Eliza, cold and sharp like a blade to the heart. You're not here for me, she said, a sense of dread pooling in her stomach. You're here for someone else. You're here for my family. The figure's smile widened, its eyes gleaming with cruel satisfaction. Ah, now you understand. The curse is not just about power. It's about control. You see, Eliza, the bloodline isn't just a part of you. It is a part of all those who carry it. Your family, your ancestors, they are bound to this fate as well. And when the time comes, your bloodline will rise again. The ground beneath her feet seemed to shift, and Eliza could feel the earth trembling, a deep vibration that resonated through her bones. The shadows surrounding the figure seemed to ripple, as though they were alive, feeding off the energy that had begun to swirl in the air. What? What do you want from me? Eliza's voice broke, her throat dry. We want you to understand, the figure said, its tone cold and final. You cannot escape. You are a part of the bloodline, and you will be its ruler, or you will become its victim. The choice is yours. A chilling silence fell between them, the darkness pressing in on Eliza like a heavy cloak. She could feel the curse growing stronger around her, the bloodline calling to her once more, the ancient power resonating in every cell of her body. But she refused to bend. I will never let the curse control me, Eliza said, her voice unwavering despite the terror building within her. I will never be a puppet of history. The figure's laughter filled the desert night, sharp and menacing. We shall see, for you have made your choice, Eliza, but the bloodline never forgets. The curse is not finished with you yet. With a final lingering look, the figure dissolved into the shadows, vanishing as quickly as it had come. The desert was silent once more, but Eliza knew that the battle was far from over. The curse had not been defeated. It had merely retreated, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. Eliza stood alone in the vast emptiness, the weight of her defiance heavy on her shoulders. She had resisted the pull of the bloodline, but now she knew the true cost of her actions. The curse would not rest. It would come for her family, for everyone who carried the blood of the Pharaohs. And when it did, she would have to be ready. The desert night stretched on, unyielding and vast, its cold winds swirling like the tendrils of fate itself, grasping at Eliza's very soul. She stood alone, her heart still pounding from the encounter with the shadowy figure. Her mind raced, trying to make sense of what had just transpired. The curse, though momentarily defeated, had not been destroyed. It had only retreated into the dark corners of the world, watching, waiting. And now it was clear. It would not let her go. As the figure vanished into the desert night, Eliza felt the desert itself shift beneath her feet. The ground trembled, not with the rumblings of an earthquake, but with the weight of history, the echoes of the past rising to claim her. She had thought that by defying the bloodline, she could free herself. But now she understood the true nature of the curse. It was not merely a force to be fought or resisted. It was a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. and it would stop at nothing to claim her. Eliza closed her eyes, trying to calm her racing thoughts. The shadowy figure's words haunted her, the promise of eternal control, the whisper of destiny she couldn't escape. You are a part of the bloodline. You will rise, you will rule, or you will perish. The choice was hers, but neither path seemed to offer true freedom. She could feel the weight of the curse pressing in from all sides, as if the world itself were conspiring against her will. Every step she took seemed to carry her further into a web of ancient power, a power that had been waiting for millennia for the right moment to emerge. But Eliza was not one to yield so easily. The curse might be a part of her, but it did not define her. She was more than the bloodline, more than the legacy of the Pharaohs. She was her own person, and she would find a way to fight this darkness, even if it meant facing the very heart of the curse itself. She glanced toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn began to creep over the desert. The sky, once dark and oppressive, was now shifting into hues of pink and gold, signaling the arrival of a new day, a new chapter. And in that moment, Eliza made a vow to herself, a vow to fight, not just for her own freedom, but for the future of the bloodline, and for everyone who had been touched by the curse. She could no longer deny the truth that had been laid bare before her. The curse had already claimed so much. It had twisted the fates of those before her, and it would continue to do so unless she found a way to break its hold once and for all. But how? As the sun rose higher, Eliza's thoughts turned back to the pyramid, the ancient resting place of the forgotten pharaoh. There was something there, something that she had missed, something that could change everything. She had uncovered so much, but there was more to the story. The secrets of the pyramid were not just relics of the past, they were the key to the future. She had to go back to the place where the curse had first been awakened, back to the heart of the storm. Without hesitation, Eliza turned on her heel, her mind made up. She would return to the pyramid. There, hidden beneath the layers of time, she would uncover the final secret, the one that could end the curse once and for all. The journey back was long, and though the desert was silent, the weight of her decision pressed down on Eliza with every step. She had not yet told her family of the events that had transpired, and now she was unsure how much longer she could keep them in the dark. The curse had already begun to reach out to them, its tendrils stretching across time and space, linking them all in ways Eliza could not yet fully comprehend. But she couldn't afford to focus on that now. Her path was clear. She had to confront the heart of the curse, even if it meant walking directly into its lair. By the time she reached the pyramid, the sun was beginning to set once more, casting long shadows over the ancient stone. The pyramid loomed before her, a silent sentinel in the desert, its towering form casting an imposing presence over the land. The wind whispered through the cracks in the stone, as though it were calling to her, urging her forward. With a deep breath, Eliza stepped into the shadow of the pyramid, her footsteps echoing in the silence. The air inside the pyramid was thick with age, the scent of earth and time lingering in every corner. It was colder here, and the deeper she ventured, the more oppressive the air became. She had walked this path before, but now it felt different. This time there was no uncertainty, no hesitation. She was here for one purpose: to uncover the final secret of the pyramid. Eliza made her way down the narrow corridors, her lantern flickering in the dark. The walls seemed to close in around her, and the feeling of being watched crept up her spine. She knew that whatever awaited her in the heart of the pyramid would be far more dangerous than anything she had encountered before. Finally, she reached the central chamber, the place where the curse had first taken hold of her. The room was vast, its walls adorned with ancient carvings and faded hieroglyphs. In the center of the room, the sarcophagus of the forgotten pharaoh lay undisturbed, the final resting place of the one who had brought the curse to life. But something was different. The air was charged with energy, crackling like static electricity. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to writhe and move, as if they had a life of their own. Eliza felt a cold, suffocating presence wash over her. The curse was alive. But this time Eliza was ready. She stepped forward, determined to find the answers she had been seeking. The air inside the pyramid was thick and oppressive, as if every inch of the stone walls was saturated with centuries of power and suffering. Eliza's breath came in shallow gasps, her lantern's light flickering erratically in the heavy air. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to shift, undulating like living creatures, feeding off her presence, waiting for her to make a mistake. The sense of being watched, of being surrounded by unseen eyes, intensified with every step. She could feel the curse alive in the very stones beneath her feet, a pulsing energy that seemed to resonate with her heartbeat. It wasn't just a curse, it was a force, ancient and relentless, coiled around her like a serpent, ready to strike when she least expected it. The deeper she ventured into the pyramid, the more she understood that there was no escaping it. The curse was part of her now, just as much as it was part of the land, part of her family's bloodline. But Eliza was determined. She had come too far to turn back. She had to confront the heart of the curse, the place where it had all begun, and find a way to break its hold on her and on everyone else who had suffered its wrath. The chamber before her was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow. The walls were covered with ancient carvings, the images worn with time but still striking in their vivid depictions of the pharaohs and their gods. The hieroglyphs seemed to pulse with life, their meanings shifting and changing as if they were trying to speak directly to her. At the center of the chamber lay the sarcophagus, the resting place of the forgotten pharaoh. It was larger than any sarcophagus Eliza had ever seen, crafted from dark stone that shimmered in the light of her lantern. The lid was slightly ajar, as if inviting her to open it, to peer inside and discover the truth. But Eliza hesitated. She could feel the weight of centuries pressing down on her, the curse still echoing through the very walls. This was where it had all begun. This was where the bloodline had been sealed, where the first of the curse's power had been unleashed upon the world. And now, it was calling to her. She stepped forward, her hands trembling slightly as she placed them on the edge of the sarcophagus. The stone was cold and unyielding beneath her fingers, but it was not just the stone that she felt. It was the power within it, the presence of something ancient, something alive. With a deep breath, Eliza lifted the lid. The air around her seemed to hold its breath as she peered inside. The sarcophagus was empty, but not entirely. At the bottom of the stone tomb lay a single, weathered scroll, its edges frayed and yellowed with age. The ink on the scroll had faded over time, but the symbols were still legible. Eliza's heart pounded in her chest as she reached for the scroll, her fingers trembling as she unrolled it. The hieroglyphs seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, as if they were waiting to be read. As she deciphered the first line, a chill ran down her spine. The curse is not a curse at all, but a gift. The words sent a shiver through her, but she pressed on, determined to understand. The scroll went on to explain the origins of the bloodline and the curse, detailing how the first pharaoh had made a pact with the gods, a pact that would grant them eternal power, but at a terrible cost. The bloodline would live on forever, but so too would the curse that bound it. Each generation would bear the burden of the pharaoh's sin, and only by accepting the bloodline's power could they hope to control the curse. The more Eliza read, the more she understood. The curse was not simply a punishment, it was a test, a trial that each heir would have to face. They had to prove themselves worthy of the power they inherited. But the price of failure was steep. Those who could not bear the weight of the curse would be consumed by it, lost to the darkness forever. Eliza felt a wave of dread wash over her. This was the truth she had been searching for, the truth about her family, her bloodline, and the curse that had followed them through the ages. She was not the first to face it. Every heir before her had been forced to walk the same path, to confront the darkness that ran through their veins. But something in the scroll caught her eye. Towards the bottom, in the faintest of markings, was a phrase that was different from the rest, a warning, written in a language older than any she had seen before. He who controls the heart of the curse controls the fate of all. The meaning of these words struck Eliza like a thunderbolt. The heart of the curse, the very source of its power, was not just contained in the bloodline. It was here within the pyramid, buried deep beneath layers of time. Whoever controlled it would have the power to shape the future, to decide whether the curse would continue to haunt her family or whether it would finally be broken. And now it seemed that Eliza had found it. The heart of the curse was not just an object. It was the very power that had been embedded in the pyramid itself, the force that had made the bloodline both a gift and a curse. Eliza's mind raced. The fate of her family, of everyone touched by this ancient curse, rested in her hands. The power to destroy it, to end the suffering once and for all, was within her reach. But so too was the power to embrace it, to take control of the curse and the bloodline for herself. But the consequences of either choice were immense. As Eliza stood in the silent chamber, the weight of the decision pressed down on her. She could feel the curse pulling at her, urging her to embrace it, to claim her birthright. But she knew that if she did, there would be no turning back. The final choice lay before her, and it would determine not only her future, but the future of the entire bloodline. With the scroll in hand, Eliza turned to face the heart of the pyramid, the pulsing force of the curse calling to her once more. The chamber was deafening. Eliza stood frozen, her fingers still wrapped around the weathered scroll, her mind spinning with the weight of the decision that lay before her. The heart of the curse pulsed within the pyramid, its presence both terrifying and alluring. It was a force beyond her understanding, an ancient power that had shaped the fate of her ancestors for millennia. The scroll's message echoed in her mind. He who controls the heart of the curse controls the fate of all. To control it was to claim the bloodline's power, to wield the curse as a weapon, to shape the world in her image. But to destroy it was to erase centuries of history, to sever the tie that bound her family to the past. The choice was hers, and yet it felt as if she had no choice at all. The curse had been passed down through the generations, and now it had reached her. The bloodline's legacy was intertwined with this very pyramid, this very chamber. How could she erase that? How could she undo what had been written into the fabric of her existence? But as Eliza gazed into the shadows of the chamber, something stirred within her. The choice was not just about the past, it was about the future of the bloodline, the future of her family, and most importantly, her own future. Her fingers clenched around the scroll as the weight of her ancestors' sacrifices pressed upon her. For centuries they had carried the curse, shouldered its burden, and passed it down to the next generation. But now it was her turn, and she would not allow the curse to define her. Eliza's mind flashed to the faces of her loved ones, the family members she had so desperately tried to protect. The curse had already touched them, already spread its tendrils into their lives. It had affected everyone she cared about. If she allowed the curse to continue, Who would it claim next? What would become of them? No, she couldn't let it continue. Her resolve hardened. The bloodline's power, the curse. It had been a burden, a trap that had held her family in its grip for too long. She would not be the one to perpetuate this cycle of suffering. She would break free from the chains of the past, even if it meant destroying the very thing that had given her family their power. Turning her gaze back to the sarcophagus, Eliza stepped forward, her heart beating faster with each step. The pyramid's oppressive energy seemed to press in on her from all sides, but she did not falter. This was her moment. This was her choice. The heart of the curse was before her, but she would not be swayed by its call. She would sever the connection between her family and the pyramid, end the curse that had been passed down through generations. With one last look at the sarcophagus, Eliza placed the scroll on the stone surface, then turned her attention to the chamber itself. The dark energy that had filled the room began to swirl, as if reacting to her decision. The very walls seemed to tremble in protest. The pyramid's ancient power was fighting back, refusing to let her go. But Eliza did not give in. With a steady hand, she reached toward the center of the room, where a faint symbol lay carved into the floor. A symbol she had seen before, but had never understood. The symbol of the gods, a seal that had kept the curse contained for centuries. It was now the key to its undoing. Eliza pressed her palm against the symbol, and instantly the room seemed to shift. The air grew colder, and the ground beneath her feet vibrated with a low, ominous hum. The walls of the pyramid seemed to groan in response, as though the very stone itself were alive, fighting to keep the curse intact. But Eliza did not waver. She focused all her energy, all her will, into the symbol. She could feel the curse fighting back, pushing against her, but she was resolute. She would not be consumed by it. She would not let her family's legacy be defined by darkness. The energy in the room began to intensify, swirling around her like a storm. She could feel the power of the curse, its weight pressing down on her, threatening to pull her under. But Eliza stood firm, her fingers still pressed against the symbol, her mind focused on the one thing that mattered: the future of her family, the future of those she loved. And then, as if answering her resolve, the symbol began to glow. Light poured from the carvings, flooding the room in a brilliant, blinding glow. The ground shook beneath her, and the air crackled with energy. The pyramid seemed to come alive, its ancient power responding to her touch. For a moment, Eliza feared that she might be consumed by the power she was unleashing, but then she felt it. The curse, the ancient energy, beginning to unravel. The power that had bound her family for so long was breaking apart, dissolving into the air, scattering like dust in the wind. And then, with a final resounding pulse, the pyramid went silent. The light faded, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The energy that had once filled the room was gone, replaced by a profound stillness. Eliza opened her eyes, and for the first time she felt free. The curse was gone. The bloodline's hold had been broken. But at what cost? As the dust settled and the echoes of the past faded away, Eliza realized that the pyramid, the curse, and the bloodline's legacy were no longer a part of her. She had severed the ties that had bound her family for centuries. The power that had been passed down through generations was gone, but so too was the burden of the curse. She was no longer a prisoner of the past. But as Eliza turned to leave the chamber, a new sense of uncertainty crept into her heart. The curse may have been broken, but she had no idea what the future would hold now. She had made her choice. She had severed the connection. But what was left in its place? She stepped out of the pyramid, the sunlight blinding as she emerged from the shadow of the ancient structure. The world seemed brighter, freer, but there was also a weight to the silence. The future lay ahead of her, uncertain and unknown. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden glow over the desert as Eliza stepped away from the pyramid. The once oppressive weight that had filled the air was gone, leaving behind a profound silence. The wind stirred the sand around her feet, but there was no sound of ancient whispers, no dark energy pressing in on her. For the first time in what felt like a lifetime, Eliza could breathe without the heavy burden of the curse hanging over her. The air was clear, the world around her seemed open, full of potential, yet there was an undercurrent of something she couldn't quite place, a deep sense of loss mingled with uncertainty. The pyramid loomed behind her, its towering structure now a monument to the past. The energy that had radiated from its depths was gone, its power broken. Eliza had freed herself from the curse, but in doing so, she had severed a tie that had connected her family to the ancient world for centuries. The weight of that realization settled deep in her chest. As Eliza stood in the shifting desert sands, she couldn't help but wonder if she had done the right thing. The curse, though terrible, had also been part of her family's legacy. Was it truly right to erase it all, to end the bloodline's connection to the ancient world? Her thoughts were interrupted by a voice calling from behind her. "Eliza!" She turned to see her companions, Ethan and Malik, hurrying toward her. They had stayed outside the pyramid, giving her the time and space she needed to confront the heart of the curse. Malik's expression was one of relief, his eyes scanning her face as if searching for any sign that the curse had claimed her. Ethan, ever the skeptic, seemed less certain, his brow furrowed as he took in the stillness of the pyramid and the surrounding desert. "Eliza, Malik began, but his words trailed off as he looked around. "What happened?" "The energy. It's gone. The pyramid. It's different. It's over," Eliza said, her voice steady but hollow. "The curse is broken. The pyramid's power is gone." Ethan looked at her with a mixture of disbelief and awe. "You did it? You really did it?" Eliza nodded. "Yes, the curse is gone. The bloodline. It's free." There was a long pause as the weight of her words sank in. Malik stepped forward, his gaze lingering on the pyramid, as if trying to reconcile the change he could feel with what he had known for so long. "But at what cost?" he asked quietly, his voice filled with an understanding that Eliza couldn't ignore. "The curse might be gone, but what else is?" Eliza turned back to face the pyramid, the wind kicking up around her as if the desert itself was reacting to the shift. She had broken the curse, but she had no answers for the void it left behind. "I don't know," she replied softly. "I don't know what's next." The silence stretched between them, broken only by the whisper of the wind. The desert felt vast, empty, and alive all at once. There was no going back now. The future was unwritten, a blank page that Eliza had to navigate on her own. "We can't go back to what we were," Malik said, his voice filled with certainty. "But maybe that's not such a bad thing. You freed us, Eliza. We're not bound to the past anymore." Ethan nodded slowly, his expression softening. "You've done what no one else could. You've broken the cycle. We're all free." Eliza looked at them both, feeling a swell of gratitude and sorrow. They had supported her every step of the way, even when the path had seemed impossible. She had been consumed by the desire to end the curse, but she had never fully considered what would follow. She had thought the curse was the only thing holding her family back, but now she realized it was the absence of it that created a new kind of uncertainty. But there was one thing she knew for certain. She wasn't alone. Ethan and Malik had been with her throughout this journey, and though the road ahead was unclear, they would face it together. We'll figure it out, Eliza said, her voice gaining strength, one step at a time. As they turned to leave the pyramid behind, Eliza could feel the desert shifting around her. The curse was gone, and with it, the weight of centuries of power and suffering. But there was more to the world than the ancient forces that had shaped her bloodline. She didn't know what the future held, but she knew one thing. She was ready to find out. They made their way toward the horizon, the sun sinking lower behind them. The road ahead was long, and it would not be without challenges. But for the first time in Eliza's life, she felt a sense of peace, an understanding that, no matter what came next, she had the strength to face it. The curse had been broken. The bloodline's legacy had been rewritten, and Eliza, finally free, would begin her journey into the unknown. The night settled quickly over the desert, casting long shadows that stretched across the sand. The moon, a pale crescent in the sky, bathed the landscape in a soft, silvery light. Eliza stood at the edge of the camp, her gaze fixed on the distant silhouette of the pyramid, now just a dark shape against the backdrop of the stars. The curse was gone, the pyramid's ancient power no longer tethering her family to the past. And yet, as Eliza stood in the cool desert night, she couldn't shake the feeling that something important had been left behind. The relief of breaking the curse had come with a cost, a sacrifice she hadn't fully anticipated. The absence of the curse was not the peaceful freedom she had imagined. Instead, it was an emptiness that threatened to swallow her whole. Her fingers brushed against the smooth surface of the stone pendant she had worn since childhood. A family heirloom, passed down through generations. It had once been a symbol of the bloodline's power. Now, it was just a piece of jewelry, a reminder of a past she could never return to. The weight of it in her hand felt heavier than it ever had before, as if it, too, had lost its purpose. Eliza. She turned to see Malik approaching, his steps quiet in the stillness of the night. His eyes were soft, understanding. He had always been the one to offer her comfort, to help her make sense of the world when it felt like it was falling apart. But tonight, even he seemed uncertain, his gaze shifting between her and the empty desert horizon. "Are you all right?" Malik asked, his voice low, careful. Eliza hesitated before answering. "I don't know. I feel lost." Malik stepped closer, his presence grounding her in a way that nothing else could. "The curse is gone. You did it. You broke the cycle." "I did," Eliza said, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "But now I don't know what to do. It feels like everything has changed, and I don't know how to move forward." Malik nodded, his expression thoughtful. "It's going to be difficult. The curse wasn't just a shadow over your family. It was a part of who you were, who all of us were. Removing it leaves an empty space." Eliza felt a pang in her chest at his words. He was right. The curse had been both a curse and a defining force for her. It had shaped her family's destiny, dictated their actions, and determined their path. It had given them power, yes, but it had also burdened them with a responsibility they could never escape. Now that it was gone, there was no longer a clear direction to follow. They were free, but that freedom came with a terrifying uncertainty. "I thought that once the curse was broken, everything would fall into place," Eliza confessed. "That we would be free to live our lives, to move on. But now, I feel like I've just opened a door into a vast empty room. I don't know what to do with the space I've created." "You don't have to have all the answers right away," Malik said gently. "You don't have to know what comes next. You spent your entire life carrying the weight of the past. Now you have the chance to build something new." Eliza looked up at him, searching his face for the reassurance she desperately needed. "But how do I do that? How do I move forward when everything I've known is gone? Malik reached out, placing a hand on her shoulder, steadying her. One step at a time. You're not alone in this, Eliza. We're all here with you. We'll figure it out together. The words comforted her, but they didn't ease the nagging feeling in her chest. Freedom was not as simple as she had imagined. It was not a gift, but a challenge, an empty canvas on which she had to create her own path, her own future. As Eliza gazed out into the desert, she realized that the journey was far from over. Breaking the curse had been the first step, but now she had to rebuild, to find a way to live without the shadow of the past looming over her. The pyramid, the curse, her family's legacy. These were things she could never fully erase, even if she wanted to. They had shaped her, and they would continue to shape her in ways she couldn't yet understand. But there was hope in that uncertainty. There was possibility, and with her friends by her side, she would face whatever came next. "Eliza!" a voice called from behind them. Ethan, who had been standing near the campfire, looked up from the flickering flames, his expression serious. "We've got something you need to see." Eliza and Malik exchanged a glance before walking toward Ethan. The firelight cast an eerie glow on his face, and the tension in his eyes was palpable. "What is it?" Eliza asked, her curiosity piqued. Ethan didn't answer right away. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out a small, ancient artifact, a piece of pottery, cracked but intact. He held it out to Eliza, his gaze unwavering. "What is this?" Eliza asked, taking the artifact in her hands. It was old, worn, and covered with symbols she didn't recognize. It felt familiar, though, like something she had seen before, something tied to the pyramid, to the curse. "This was found in the ruins near the pyramid," Ethan said quietly. "It's not just any artifact. It's part of the key." "The key?" Eliza repeated, her heart racing. "The key to what?" "The key to something much bigger," Ethan replied. "Something that's been hidden for centuries. And I think it's connected to the curse you just broke." A chill ran down Eliza's spine as the weight of his words settled over her. The curse may have been broken, but the story was far from over. The key was still out there, and whatever it unlocked, it could change everything once again. The night was still, the stars overhead like distant beacons of a forgotten age. The desert stretched on endlessly, its vastness a reminder of how little Eliza truly understood about the world she had just begun to explore. The artifact in her hands, small, cracked, but undeniably ancient, felt heavier than it looked. She stared at it, turning it over in her hands, tracing the faded symbols etched along its surface. There was something familiar about them, but she couldn't quite place it. They were not Egyptian in the traditional sense, but there was a connection to the pyramid, a thread that wove the past into the present in ways she couldn't yet understand. "Eliza, do you know what this is?" Ethan's voice cut through her thoughts, his tone a mix of anticipation and caution. Eliza looked up at him, the gravity of the situation pressing on her. "No, I don't, but I feel like I should." Ethan nodded, his expression serious. "I thought you might. I've been researching it, and these symbols, they're part of something much larger. They're not just from this pyramid. They're from an older civilization, one that existed long before the Pharaohs. They could be a map, a key to unlocking something buried beneath the sands." Eliza's heart skipped a beat. "What are you saying? That there's something even more ancient than what we've already uncovered?" "Yes," Ethan replied. "I believe this artifact is a piece of a much larger puzzle, a key to a forgotten civilization. And I think it's tied to the curse, the one you broke. But breaking the curse might have only triggered the next chapter in a much older story." The weight of his words sank in slowly. The curse was not the beginning and end of her family's legacy, as she had thought. No, it was only one part of something far more complex, far more ancient than she could have imagined. The pyramid, the artifact, the bloodline, these were all connected to something older, a force long buried beneath the desert's shifting sands. Malik stepped forward, eyeing the artifact in Eliza's hands. You're saying that breaking the curse has somehow led us to this new mystery? Ethan's gaze never wavered from Eliza. Yes, the curse may have been tied to the bloodline, but the bloodline was tied to something far more ancient. The civilization that created these symbols, they were far more advanced than anyone has realized. And their secrets? They're still out there, waiting to be uncovered. Eliza's thoughts raced. The pyramid had been the focal point of her family's legacy, the object of her lifelong search. But now, as the curse lifted and the pyramid's energy dissipated, a new path had revealed itself. A path that could lead to more questions than answers. This is bigger than I ever imagined, she said almost to herself. Breaking the curse was only the beginning. And now we're standing on the edge of something even more dangerous. We're not sure what we're dealing with yet, Ethan said, his voice steady. But I do know one thing. It's not over. The curse may have ended, but the journey continues. And this artifact, this key, it's our map. It'll lead us to the answers. The air around them seemed to shift, the stillness of the desert now oppressive. It was as if the world was holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Eliza felt it too, a pull, a sense that the desert, with its ancient secrets, was alive and aware, watching them, guiding them. She wasn't sure if it was hope or fear that stirred within her, but there was no turning back now. She had already made her choice. She had broken the curse. And now she had to face whatever came next. We need to find out where this leads, Eliza said, her voice firm, her resolve hardening. We need to uncover the rest of the key. If it's tied to the civilization that created the pyramid, then it's tied to everything we've been searching for. And if it holds the answers to what's truly buried out there, she paused, her heart racing. Then we have to go after it. We have no choice. Malik and Ethan exchanged a glance, and Eliza could see the unspoken understanding between them. They were in this together no matter what. They had faced the horrors of the pyramid's curse, and now they would face whatever this new mystery was. There was no turning back, not now, not after everything they had uncovered. Let's get to work then, Malik said, his voice steady. Whatever this is, we'll figure it out. Together. Ethan nodded in agreement. There's no turning back now. The puzzle's only getting bigger. Eliza took a deep breath, holding the artifact tightly in her hands. As the firelight flickered in the distance, she felt a strange sensation, like a door was slowly opening, revealing something long hidden in the shadows. The key had been found. The next chapter had begun. And the secrets it would unlock could change everything. But first they had to follow it to the very end. The sun had barely begun to rise, casting long shadows across the sand as Eliza and her companions prepared for the journey ahead. The desert seemed unchanged, untouched by the discoveries they had made the previous night. Yet beneath its still exterior, the vast, unyielding landscape held secrets far older than any of them could fathom. The weight of the mystery loomed large, pressing down on Eliza's shoulders like an invisible force. The artifact, still clutched tightly in her hand, felt like a ticking clock. Every symbol on it, every line etched into its surface, whispered of things buried deep beneath the sands. Things that, until now, had remained hidden. The idea that they were just beginning to scratch the surface of an ancient civilization was both exhilarating and terrifying. Eliza, Malik said, his voice low as he approached. "Are you ready for this?" Eliza turned to him, meeting his gaze. She could see the same questions in his eyes, the same uncertainty that had taken root in her own heart. "I'm not sure anyone can ever be ready for this, but we have no choice. The key is in our hands, and we need to follow it. We need to know what it unlocks." Malik nodded, though his expression remained serious. "I've been thinking about what Ethan said, about how the civilization that created this key was even older than the pharaohs. What if there's more to it than just the pyramid? What if the curse we broke wasn't the only thing they left behind?" Eliza felt a chill run down her spine at the thought. The idea that the curse had merely been a prelude to something far larger, far more dangerous, made the air feel thicker, heavier. "I don't know what else there could be, but if this artifact is part of a larger map, we need to find the rest of it. If we can piece it together, maybe we can understand what they were trying to protect, or what they were trying to keep buried." Ethan, who had been silently examining the map he'd drawn from his research, spoke up. "The symbols on the artifact match some patterns I've found in the ruins. I think they lead to an underground complex, something beneath the pyramid itself. A network of chambers, long sealed away." Eliza felt a surge of apprehension. "Underground? Why hasn't it been discovered before?" Ethan's face darkened. "The entrance is hidden. It was intentionally sealed off, probably to keep it from being found. This civilization didn't just create the pyramid. They created something much more elaborate, something meant to be forgotten." "Forgotten for a reason," Malik added quietly. The three of them exchanged a tense look. They were standing on the edge of something monumental, an ancient hidden world that could hold the answers to everything they had been searching for. Yet with each new revelation, they only uncovered more questions, and with those questions came the very real possibility of danger. "We're going to need more supplies," Eliza said, breaking the silence, "and we'll need to find the entrance, wherever it's hidden. There's no telling what we'll find down there." Malik and Ethan nodded in agreement, their expressions resolute. With no more words needed, they set to work. They gathered the necessary tools, provisions, and maps, preparing for what would likely be the most dangerous leg of their journey yet. There was no turning back now. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the group was ready. The desert around them seemed to hold its breath, as if anticipating the steps they were about to take. Eliza couldn't help but glance back at the distant silhouette of the pyramid. What had once been the center of her quest, the very symbol of her family's curse, was now just another landmark on the horizon. The real journey lay beneath the sands. The entrance to the underground complex was hidden in plain sight, tucked away in a narrow crevice at the base of the pyramid. It had been concealed for millennia, a secret only those who knew where to look could uncover. Ethan led the way, his flashlight cutting through the darkness as they approached the crevice. "This is it," he said, voice tinged with excitement and a touch of fear. "The entrance." Eliza stepped forward, heart pounding. The narrow passage was barely wide enough for them to squeeze through. As they moved deeper into the earth, the air grew thicker, cooler. The walls of the tunnel were lined with strange, unfamiliar symbols, and the further they ventured, the more the air seemed to hum with an energy that made the hairs on the back of Eliza's neck stand on end. "There's something down here," Malik murmured, his voice echoing in the narrow space. "I can feel it." Eliza nodded. She too could sense it, a presence ancient and powerful, waiting for them. Finally, they reached a large chamber, the ceiling high above them, covered in intricate carvings and murals. The walls were adorned with scenes of gods and kings, their faces both familiar and foreign. The symbols on the walls matched those on the artifact, as if they were all part of the same language, a forgotten dialect that held the key to unlocking the pyramid's deepest secrets. At the center of the room stood an altar, stone and weathered by time. A faint glow emanated from beneath the surface of the altar, casting eerie reflections on the walls. Eliza's breath caught in her throat as she approached it. "This is it," she whispered. "This is what they were hiding." But as she stepped closer, something changed. The air shifted, becoming charged with an energy that felt almost alive. The altar pulsed faintly, as though it recognized their presence. Malik stepped forward, reaching out cautiously. "We need to be careful. Whatever this is, it's ancient, and it doesn't look like it's meant to be disturbed." Before anyone could react, a sudden rumble filled the chamber. The ground beneath them trembled, and the walls seemed to close in. A low, haunting sound echoed through the room, reverberating off the stone. The altar glowed brighter now, casting long shadows across the room. A hiss of air filled the chamber, followed by the sound of stone grinding against stone. The secrets of the pyramid were beginning to reveal themselves. But what awaited them in the darkness? What had been hidden away for so long, and what dangers lay ahead? A low, haunting sound echoed through the room, reverberating off the stone. The altar glowed brighter now, casting long shadows across the room. A hiss of air filled the chamber, followed by the sound of stone grinding against stone. The secrets of the pyramid were beginning to reveal themselves. But what awaited them in the darkness? What had been hidden away for so long, and what dangers lay ahead? The chamber was alive with an energy Eliza couldn't quite describe. The walls seemed to breathe, the air thick with anticipation, as if the room itself had been waiting for them to uncover its secrets. She stood at the edge of the altar, her heartbeat echoing in her chest, as Malik and Ethan moved cautiously beside her. "What is this place?" Malik whispered, his voice barely audible over the growing hum in the air. "It's like it's alive." Ethan, always the logical one, was scanning the surroundings, his flashlight flickering across the stone walls. "This altar, these symbols, they're not just for burial or worship. This is something else entirely, something more ancient." Eliza felt the weight of it, the realization that everything she had been searching for, everything her family had been connected to, was just the surface of a much larger story. A story that stretched beyond Egypt, beyond the Pharaohs, beyond time itself. "I think we're standing on the precipice of something that's been hidden for thousands of years," she said, her voice a mix of awe and fear. "Whatever this is, it's not just about the pyramid. It's about everything. The origin of the curse, the civilization, the very bloodline that brought us here." Ethan stepped closer to the altar, his hand hesitating just above its surface. "We need to understand it, Eliza. We need to know why they hid this, why they left it here, why no one else has found it." Eliza nodded, her mind racing. As much as the thought of what they might uncover terrified her, she also knew they couldn't leave without answers. They had come this far, and the past was demanding to be understood. With a deep breath, Eliza reached out, touching the altar. The moment her fingers brushed the stone, the air around them seemed to pulse, like a heartbeat echoing through the walls. The glow beneath the altar intensified, and suddenly the entire room seemed to shift. The walls, once static, began to move, revealing hidden passages, forgotten doors, and more symbols that glowed faintly. "This is it," Malik said, stepping back. "This is the final piece." A low rumble shook the ground beneath them as a hidden compartment slowly opened, revealing a small, ornate chest, its surface covered in intricate ancient carvings. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. She had a feeling that whatever was inside would be the key to everything. With trembling hands, Eliza opened the chest. Inside there was a scroll, its parchment brittle with age but still legible. The symbols on it were unlike any she had seen before, even more intricate and ancient than the ones on the artifact. "This is it," Ethan said softly, his voice filled with reverence. "This is the history of the lost civilization, the answers we've been looking for." Eliza unfolded the scroll carefully, her breath catching as the ancient text began to reveal its secrets. The civilization that had built the pyramid was older than she had imagined, not just a precursor to the pharaohs, but a people whose knowledge stretched across continents, whose reach had touched far more than Egypt. The scroll spoke of a great power, one that had once united the known world. But it also spoke of a curse, one created to protect this power from those who would misuse it. The curse was not a random act of vengeance, as Eliza had originally thought. It was a safeguard, an ancient mechanism to prevent the unworthy from exploiting the hidden knowledge that had been sealed away for millennia. "Now it makes sense," Eliza whispered. "The curse was never about us. It was about protecting something far greater." The scroll revealed that the civilization had known the dangers of their power. They had seen empires rise and fall, and with each cycle, they had guarded their secrets, knowing that only those who could prove themselves worthy would ever unlock them. "This is our heritage," Eliza said, the realization dawning on her. "Our family's bloodline has always been a part of this, guardians of the knowledge, protectors of the secret." Malik looked at her, his expression thoughtful. "But why didn't we know? Why wasn't this passed down?" "The curse," Eliza said softly. "The curse was meant to protect us as much as it kept others away. It was a tool of both defense and guidance." Ethan stepped forward, his mind racing. "If this knowledge falls into the wrong hands, then the world would be in danger," Eliza finished, the weight of the responsibility settling on her shoulders. "We have to make sure this secret stays buried." The air grew heavier as the room seemed to shift once more. The passageway ahead darkened, as if the pyramid itself was warning them of the dangers that lay ahead. They had uncovered the truth, but the truth came with a price. The power they had uncovered was not meant for just anyone. But Eliza knew, deep down, that they couldn't keep the knowledge forever. It was too dangerous, too valuable, and it would continue to call out, beckoning for those with the strength to wield it. As the chest closed with a final, resounding click, Eliza knew they had made a choice. The next steps in their journey were unclear, but one thing was certain: they could never go back. The legacy of the lost civilization, the curse, and the secrets they had uncovered, these would shape their future, for better or worse. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the desert. The wind whispered through the endless sands, carrying with it the secrets of the past, as if the pyramid itself had exhaled a final breath. Eliza stood at the edge of the desert, her mind racing with the implications of their discoveries. The weight of the knowledge they had uncovered still pressed down on her, even as they turned their backs on the pyramid. "We've done what we had to do," Malik said, his voice barely audible over the wind. "It's over now." But Eliza didn't respond. She couldn't. The sense of finality in Malik's words didn't match the storm churning inside her. There was something more, something unfinished. The scroll they had sealed away, the ancient power they had discovered. It had felt like the tip of a much deeper, darker iceberg. And the truth was, they hadn't sealed it away completely. Not really. Behind them, the pyramid loomed like a silent sentinel, its dark silhouette against the fading light of day. There was something ominous about it now, something that told Eliza this was far from over. I can't shake the feeling that we missed something, she finally said, her voice filled with uncertainty. Ethan, who had been eerily quiet, looked up from the ground, his eyes narrow. What do you mean? We sealed the scroll. We've ensured that no one else can get to it. I know, but Eliza hesitated, staring back toward the pyramid. The curse didn't just protect the knowledge. It was a warning that the power we uncovered can never truly be destroyed. We haven't stopped it, we've only hidden it, and if we haven't done that carefully enough, a cold shiver ran down her spine. The air around them had become strangely still. The desert, once so vast and eternal, now felt like a waiting trap. They were being watched. What if we're not the only ones who know? Eliza murmured, her heart pounding. What if someone else, someone we never expected, knows what we've done? Malik frowned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Who could possibly know? We've kept this secret for centuries, and we sealed it away. Not everything was sealed, Eliza whispered, her voice tense with the realization. The chamber, it wasn't just an altar. It was a place of power, a place of waiting. The pyramid, it's more than just a tomb. Ethan clenched his fists, his knuckles white. So you think we've unleashed something? We've disturbed something we weren't supposed to? Eliza turned slowly, her eyes scanning the horizon. I don't know, but I feel it. It's as if the pyramid knows we're leaving, as if it's calling for something. A low rumble echoed through the desert, faint at first but growing louder. The ground beneath their feet seemed to tremble ever so slightly. A sudden gust of wind whipped through the sand, carrying with it the faintest echo of a voice, distant but unmistakable, an ancient language, the same one they had deciphered from the scroll. Then with a violent gust, the wind died. Silence. For a moment, no one spoke. It felt as though the world itself had held its breath. And then, just as they were about to turn away, the unmistakable sound of footsteps echoed behind them. Slow, deliberate, not human. Someone's coming, Malik whispered, his voice low, almost fearful. Eliza's heart skipped a beat. She whipped around, her eyes scanning the distance. But the desert was empty. There was no one in sight. Then came a figure, a shadow, moving at the edge of the horizon. Slowly, purposefully. What is that? Ethan said, his voice barely audible. The figure was tall, draped in a cloak, its face hidden beneath a hood. It moved toward them, seemingly unaffected by the wind or the desert's harsh conditions. Eliza felt a cold wave of recognition wash over her, though she couldn't explain why. Without thinking, she stepped forward, heart racing. Who are you? The figure didn't respond. Another step, and the sand beneath their feet seemed to shift, as if responding to the figure's movement. The pyramid loomed ominously behind them, casting a long shadow across the desert. Suddenly the ground rumbled again, this time more violently. The sand shifted and cracked, and the pyramid, long dormant, began to stir. The very earth beneath them seemed to twist and pulse with an unseen energy, the ancient stones groaning in protest. Eliza's breath caught in her throat. This wasn't over. The curse, whatever it truly was awakening. And the figure, who was still drawing closer, was no mere wanderer. It was as if they were the key, the one who would finally unlock what had been sealed for centuries. The shadowed figure raised a hand, and the wind howled once more. It was no longer a whisper. It was a roar, carrying with it an ancient call, one that made Eliza's skin crawl. No! Eliza gasped, backing away. We haven't finished. We were supposed to protect it. But it was too late. The ground cracked open, and the pyramid's great stones began to shift. From beneath them, A dark figure emerged, not of flesh and blood, but something far older, something born of the sands themselves. And then the figure before them spoke, its voice cold and unyielding. You were never meant to leave.